to meet you. Call me Chucky. I'll always be your very bestest friend. You know, pals are hard to come by, but you'll find that I'm a good guy who'll stick with you until the very end. Then much to my surprise, he rolled his head and he blinked his eyes. So I took him home to be my very own. And things were really going swell, till my auntie slipped and fell. And Chucky laughed and said, now we're alone. C-H-U-C-K, why'd you come out and play? Listen up, fool, I'll tell you why. 'Cause Chucky's bad, that ain't no lie.
Chucky, Chucky, go away. You're too rough when you play.
Over in the corner now, peekaboo. Hidey, hidey, ha, ha, I see you.
Hey gals and guys, this is Michael Ferrari of Cinema to Meep. Welcome to the 36th bonus Patreon episode. And joining me today, back on the podcast, Ara Alishan. Hey Ara, how's it going?
Hey Meep, I'm doing okay. How are you doing, buddy?
Good. I am super happy because it is autumn and the leaves are falling. Oh, are they falling? And I just love this time of year. It makes me happy. It doesn't help my allergies, but whatever. I'll suffer. Right. I'll suffer, power through it, because I just do love this time of year, and it just brings all sorts of happy memories and making new memories with just the kids, and I'm really into it. How about you?
Sure.
How's your autumn going so far?
Oh, well, I love autumn. October is probably my favorite month of the year. But unfortunately, we don't really have autumn in Los Angeles. It's just summer still. So pretty
Summer
much
part
year round.
two.
Yeah. I mean, it'll get a little cold in the morning, and then it'll be in the 90s by the middle of the day, and I hate it. I have so many jackets and sweaters that I just never wear. So I miss that. I miss having 4 seasons like I did in Utah, of course, growing up, and I now have to drive an hour and a half to go see some fall colors, which I did actually with my family. So
well, that's nice. At least you got some of that in.
Yeah, but it's a shame. I mean, it should just be outside.
I know the kids' grandparents were here recently, 3 weeks ago, and
nice.
They came to visit for a while, and but when I guess fall kind of started a little bit late here, with the leaves changing. So they were here for 2 weeks, and as soon as they left, that's when it started changing in terms of the color.
What a shame!
So they missed out. They're from San Diego, so
right.
That was it was a big deal for them to see the fall.
Bummer.
Leaves.
Yeah,
but it's in full bloom outside my window. I'm enjoying it. I'll send you some photos so you can see what
I'll live vicariously through you. Yeah, sounds good, man.
It is it's chilly today, which is the first real day of that, which is nice. So it's appropriate that we're recording today, I feel like.
Nice. Very cool.
Which leads us to what we're recording, which of course are the Child's Play or Chucky movies. And there's a reason why I personally wanted to record these. So I'm kind of curious why when I mentioned the Child's Play movies and you agreed to it, what made you say yes?
Oh, sure. So it's funny because I mean, not to get ahead of ourselves, but Child's Play is one of my favorite franchises. In general, I would say, and not just horror franchises. But it's weird because I say the same thing about, Friday the 13th and Halloween. Halloween and might be my all-time. But I probably don't love all the movies, not to get ahead of ourselves. So it's like that with all of these franchises, which is funny. I love them and I tout them and they're special to me. But then there's 3 or 4 that I'm really thinking of when I say that. And it's so I get excited and I got excited when I have the opportunity to talk about any of these and then I start watching them and I'm like, oh yeah, I don't really care for this and don't really care for that. So I don't know, I'm already a little scatterbrained here, so I apologize for the bizarre answer, but I guess what I'm trying to say is I do love Child's Play, but I guess I don't love it as much as some people, and I guess we'll get into some. And I am excited to talk about all of these movies, but especially the ones that are special to me.
Yeah, like any film franchise, for lack of a better word, film series, there will be highs, there'll be lows. I find that's very true of certainly the Halloween movies, which I have some problems with. And
Yeah.
I would say the Friday 13th for the most part, or the first 8 of them are kind of, somewhat like consistent in terms of what you get with Jason, but the films themselves are kind of a little bit all over the place. And of course, the Nightmare on Elm Street's a bit the same as well. But I kind of like, I've grown to kind of appreciate the series overall of all these films, of all these series, even the lows, because I think they really brought the continuity that I wanted to some degree. Although Halloween is the most guilty of not breaking that for me. I just you always want that more of the same feeling, and you get that and with these Child's Play movies, but they take some bold turns which each one, which I really appreciate.
It's interesting you put it that way, because I feel like this series kind of diverges into different mini franchises, like tonally, and like it has like eras in a way that are very specific, I guess. Like they're very different from one another, but I mean, you're still gonna get a lot of you're gonna have a lot of consistency, because you have someone like Don Mancini kind of as a guiding voice. So there is some of that for sure. Although it does go in a lot of different places that are very different, as opposed to like, say, Friday the 13th, which we mentioned before. So I don't know. It's strange. I don't know if I was like this growing up, or if I just kind of loved all of these. But I definitely feel it now. I think it's very rare for there to be any kind of franchise where I'm high on every entry. So I don't know. This was kind of a mixed bag, watching these all together in a month, which I don't know if I'd ever done that. And no, I hadn't for sure, because I hadn't even seen some of these, it turns out. And we'll get into that as well. But I don't know. It's fun seeing kind of where things started, and where things are at now, and the fact that there's even new Chucky content out there, which is nice. So I don't know. I guess it's a mixed bag in the sense of we don't always like new content and new takes on our beloved characters and franchises, but the like, if the other option is just not getting anything, like we haven't for Nightmare on Elm Street or Friday the 13th for so long now, and so it's like, what's really better? What do we want? At least there's a chance of getting something good, right, if we're doing things like this. So I don't know. It's interesting. It's an interesting place to be as old timers like us who have so many connections to these characters and these series.
Yeah, so basically our childhoods we're still watching the things that we're watching in our childhoods, because they're constantly recycling things from the 80s. And that's basically how the movie business these days is, one big recycling trash can.
Yes, exactly.
And that's sometimes okay, like say with that's sometimes a good thing with when the creator's voice is strong enough, and most of the time I would say bad thing, because it is clearly done to cash in on an IP and to use something that's familiar and to get people in the seats or their stream count at home, whatever it is. So we're seeing that their Halloween the new versions of Halloween are in theaters and at home playing right now, and I guess that will feed into our recently seen, but one of the reasons, yes, that the new Chucky TV show kind of wanted to tie into that with this episode. But my other reason, because I really associate the Child's Play films with fall and autumn. If
Oh,
you
very
think
cool.
about it, each of these films, with the one exception, were all released in autumn. They were all released in fall except for part 3. And we'll get into that when we get there. But starting with the first one, which was released not long after Thanksgiving, right just before Thanksgiving, in the beginning of November. And then if you follow the timeline of all the release dates, they all were fall, autumn releases. And that's why I pretty much associate the Child's Play films with autumn, and I wanted to talk about them, especially
Oh, very
now, of
cool.
course, with the Child's Play Chucky TV show. So we'll
Yeah,
get
that makes
there.
sense.
We'll get there. But in the meantime, let's do a couple of recently scenes. What do you got for us?
Sure. So I'm actually, I feel like it's been a while since we last recorded, so I have quite a bit, but I'm just going to talk about things that might be interesting for yourself or like the retro movie loving crowd. So I did watch the Vinegar Syndrome releases of Grave Secrets from 1989 and The House of Usher from 1989. And I definitely enjoyed Grave Secrets quite a bit. I thought that was a really fun one that I'd somehow never seen before.
Cool.
Actually, I'm not even sure if I'd heard of that one for whatever reason, but I enjoyed it quite a bit. It's one that's definitely going into my collection. The House of Usher, on the other hand, I could kind of take it or leave it, which is a shame because it had a pretty strong cast and, good premise, but just didn't quite connect with that one as much. Maybe I need to give it another chance. But I was a little underwhelmed with that. I rewatched my favorite Disney movie that I'll only mention because I feel like it's a good one for spooky season, which is The Black Cauldron from 1985. Which I think is a proper scary animated movie that I'm a big fan of. I watched 2 kind of interesting Paul Nashi movies that I'd never seen before. Howl of the Devil from 1988 and Panic Beats from 1983. And I thought they were both okay. Like, I enjoyed them. But I don't know if they're movies I would necessarily revisit. I want to ask you really quickly, have you seen either of those? Because they're pretty insane.
No, actually.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how much I want to get into it or not, but they're like nuts. I don't know if that's a common thing for those kinds of movies, but yeah, they're interesting. We're seeing for sure, but you got not everyone wants to read subtitles and stuff, so I understand that as well. I did see, and I don't remember if I got to mention this before. I know you've mentioned it a few times on the podcast now. I saw Malignant with my wife.
Oh boy.
In theaters. We actually went and saw that, like, kind of like as a random date night, a rare date night thing, and it was I don't know, it was good for like a one-time watch, I guess. Like, I see like people are pretty high or low on it for the most part, or they were, I guess, when it was just released. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I enjoyed the twist, and I thought finding out that Seattle underground thing is real was like probably the most interesting part of the movie to me, because now I want to know more about that. But yeah, I'm not a huge James Wan guy, I guess. I'm probably more of a Lee Wannell guy, and I know you mentioned that you're a fan of him as well. So I think that I don't know, like, a lot of these movies are just one-time watches for me, and it's okay. Like, I don't mind getting some a reason to go to the movies and see a scary movie, So it was all right, whatever, and nothing to really get excited about. I rewatched Sorority Babes and the Slime Ball Bolorama, which is okay, pretty fun. I go back to that every few years. I feel like, because I kind of forget about it.
I like that
And
movie.
yeah, it's like totally does what it promises in that title. Like it's a fun movie. It's not one of my favorites of that type. Like, it's not Night of the Demons or something like that, or similar with those kinds of vibes, but it's good. Like, it's a good one for sure. I rewatched Ernest Scared Stupid with the family. I hadn't seen that forever, but I watched it quite a bit when I was a kid around Halloween, and I remember actually thinking it was scary. And it was fun. Like, it was fun kind of getting to see my daughter's reaction to a lot of that stuff. It's just so weird, the stuff we grew up watching by today's standards, and like, it's so hard to kind of explain some of that humor. But yeah, I don't know, it was a fun one to watch again, because I hadn't seen it for I don't know, 20 years or more, I guess. More than that, gosh. 30 years probably. So of course, I rewatched some good Halloween stuff as well in there, and I won't get to all of it, but I watched E.T. again, which is a great movie that I love, and I'm so glad it's available in its original version without those weird changes that were made when it was released on DVD years ago, and suddenly everyone was running around with walkie-talkies, and you couldn't say terrorists, and there was like CGI ET, and
That was when Steven Spielberg was possessed by the demon soul of George Lucas and decided to change his movie.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Like, I remember that kind of like soured me on like watching it for a while, because the last time I'd seen it was that, and I just hated I hated seeing that. And then thank God it's been restored and there's justice in the world, so that's great. And I showed that to my family as well, even though I'm the only one who got to see it to the end, because people fell asleep. I watched Tales of Halloween again, just kind of getting in the mood. A lot of these movies I don't own, like I'll just like rent them on streaming or whatever, because I'll be like, oh, I kind of remember that. Maybe I should watch and see if it's worth picking up. This is one of those, and I enjoy a lot of the stories in there, but it's not a good anthology overall. There's some really poor chapters in there.
Yeah, I remember the negative outweighing the positive of that one. So like, something I'm having a hard time remembering what I liked about it, because all I remember I mostly just remember I disliked several of the stories. So, which is a problem, I guess, with anthologies. Even though it was directed by some good people like Lucky McKee and Neil Marshall and a couple others, but the bad stuff kind of outweighed it for me.
Exactly. Like, I feel like there's probably like 3 stories out of like 10 or whatever it is that I really enjoy, and that's a shame.
Yeah.
And I'm a big anthology fan. Like, I love horror anthologies, the ones we grew up with, I should say. Nowadays, I don't even bother with a lot of them because of that. It's just there's gonna be some really bad stuff in there. So yeah, I don't know, not a fan, but there's a couple of fun things in there, and it's some good Halloween vibes. I saw High Spirits from 1988, and I don't remember if I'd ever seen that before. And I know it's a movie that was like disowned by Neil Jordan because it wasn't what he intended. I guess it was kind of butchered and post-production and edited, and I don't know, things were probably reshot. I'm not sure the entire story, but I actually thought it was pretty fun. I liked it. And I'm pretty hard on a lot of these kind of like wackier comedies and stuff. Like, they'll lose me sometimes, but I thought it was fun. I liked it quite a bit. And the cast is good. I mean, obviously there's Steve Guttenberg as the lead, but you got Daryl Hannah and Peter O'Toole, and I'm blanking on her name. Beverly D'Angelo is great. Peter Gallagher's in there. I'm blanking on names today, which is a bad bad sign for the show. Oh, Liam Neeson, yeah, he's in there too. And of course, there's someone named Jennifer Tilly in there in an early role, who might come up at some point today. And just about done, I think, with stuff I want to talk about. Let me see. I saw a Van Damme movie that I hadn't seen from the 90s called Knockoff.
Yep.
It's weird because I'm a huge Van Damme fan, especially from that era, but I hated this movie. I had to be on my phone like for pretty much the entire thing.
Oh,
it was just, yeah, like I
it.
I think a lot of people do, and I don't know, like it's just him and Rob Schneider and I just was not into
and
it.
Fashion, come on, Van Damme
and the fashion.
Van Damme as a fashion designer.
Oh my gosh, and like the like crazy cameras stuff and zooming and music, and so like it just was so obnoxious, and like I could see like why people like it. Oh, and Van Damme's haircut. I feel like that deserves to be talked about. It's like a little like Caesar haircut or whatever you want to call it. But I just was like I was so I don't know. I felt like it was torture, which was weird because I was excited to like oh, it's a Van Damme movie I haven't seen, and not like one of the direct-to-video ones he's doing now. You know, like I'm not gonna bother with those, but I don't know. Maybe I need to watch it again someday, like give it some time. But I just was so turned off by it, like early on, even like a few minutes in, I was like, oh wow, this is gonna be tough. Like, do I need to watch it all the way? Like, I guess I should. I
think so. I mean, I Joyce and I watched a bunch of Van Damme movies during the pandemic, and that was one of them actually. And there's a lot of we like a lot more of them than we dislike, which is
oh no, me too. Yeah, I mean, I love Van Damme. Like, this was rare for me to feel that way.
I was ready to like dislike this one and Double Team, and the ones that came like in the late 90s when his career was obviously like faltering.
Yeah,
but I don't know. I guess I enjoyed how ridiculous it was. So
sure, no, I could see that, and I mean, trust me, I'm someone who has plenty of ridiculous, kind of like guilty pleasure kind of movies that I love. So I get it for sure. I just, honestly, Double Team, it's a good one you brought up, because I remember kind of feeling the same way about that, but I haven't seen it for so long. Maybe I need to view these through like a different lens, the Street Fighter on period, because they're just different. I mean, there's still good stuff in there. Like I love Replicant, which is like early 2000s, but I don't know, this was not for me. At least not for the mood I was in, I guess.
Gotcha.
I randomly went to the theaters and saw the new Venom movie one night.
Yep.
I was out trying to get some exercise and ended up walking to the movies and seeing it by
wait, stop.
Yeah.
Oh, you went out to like actually exercise and then you ended up in a movie theater?
Yeah, it was like super random. I ended up in there by myself in sweats at like 10:30 at night.
Nice.
And I had to tell my wife the next day. I was like, you won't believe what I did last night. And I'm, again, like I'm a big comic nerd. Like that's something that's up there with my movie love. And I grew up with, Venom being a huge popular character in the 90s, same with late 80s even, and same with Carnage being huge in the 90s. And I just, I'm just not a fan of these movies. It sucks to say that, but that's 2 Venom movies now that I just saw once, and that's it. Like I'm good. Maybe I feel like if I was like, younger when these came out, like I might like these more, but I'm just not feeling it at all. It's not my kind of humor or action or anything.
Well, my son loves the Venom movies.
I was gonna say, I remember you mentioned on your last, or was it? I think it was on the Savage Steve episode. You mentioned that you were gonna see it with your son. So
yeah,
I was gonna ask if you'd done that yet.
Like I had to bite the bullet and go see. I actually did not see the. I've only seen parts of the first one. He's watched the first one several times now, but like at home with mostly with his mom, because she watches those movies with him mostly. And
right.
So okay, I bit the bullet. I took him to go see Venom 2, and it was okay. Like it's not my thing, obviously. I'm not a comic book
Right.
guy and not a comic
Yeah.
book movie guy, especially. So for what it was, I thought there was some. I thought what's his Wes, not Wes, uh,
Woody?
Woody. I was gonna say
What?
Wesley, like
Yeah.
Wesley Snipes. Woody Harrelson was fun, I guess. Like he was good. He got to ham it up a bit.
Yeah, with some weird wigs and stuff.
With wigs,
Yeah.
which is fun, I guess, to see. But
Yeah.
overall, yeah, it was just not quite the movie for me. But he enjoyed it and
Sure. I
talked a
think
lot
he's a
about
good age
Carnage.
for it.
So yeah,
Right.
so
No, I
he's
get
into
it for sure. And honestly, like the comics that these characters like appeared in back then, like they were always like obnoxious, like characters. It's just I was reading it like at 9 years old or whatever, so it's just different now, kind of seeing how they're done. But
Right.
I don't know. I'm. It's weird because again, like I love a lot of these characters and the comics I grew up with. I don't really read new stuff. I'm still kind of like with movies. Like I once in a while I'll pick up something new to check it out if it catches my interest. But most of the time I'm going backwards with comics, just like I am with movies, and it's just different now. So I don't know. It's a shame, but I'm glad like a new generation gets to enjoy this stuff. And I do love a lot of the movies that are coming out. It's kind of a golden age in some ways, but
Right.
it's still hit and miss. It's not, and I'm sure the people who like aren't really into them, like yourself, they all kind of blend together. Like I totally get it, but like to me, it's like there's definitely a distinction with like the good ones and bad ones. But yeah, so almost done here. I actually went back to theaters and saw The Evil Dead again for the first time on the big screen, actually, for its anniversary. And there was a really fun introduction video by Bruce Campbell, which kind of made it worth it. And there was some really fun trivia in there as well, and things he was kind of talking about. So that was awesome. I got to do that with my sister and her husband, which was fun.
Yeah, I went to that. I went to that too. Yeah.
Oh, very cool.
By myself.
Yeah, I would have for
yeah.
sure.
Yeah, I had a good time. There were very few people in the movie theater, sadly. But yeah,
that's a shame.
It was still a really good experience to see it on the big screen. And
yeah,
and like you mentioned, it had like a 30-minute or whatever it was.
It was pretty long.
Thing with Bruce Campbell. I like that a lot. So
no, me too. I was laughing a lot during that, and I was kind of saying to my sister, like, I feel like Evil Dead is one of those movies that they shouldn't have like remastered. Like I love it. Like we were talking about these franchises that we love and don't like. Like Evil Dead is like 4 for 4 with movies as far as I'm concerned. Like I love all of them, even the remake, which is really rare for me.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, no, you know what? It's different. Like go in with an open mind, because you're not gonna get the Evil Dead experience, but it does something different, and I like what it does. But yeah, I mean, gosh, that was almost 10 years ago now, right? When was that? Oh, no, that was, yeah, I think it was like 2013 or something. So yeah, it's been there. Yeah, geez, that's crazy. But yeah, so that was really fun. Obviously, like it's like a homemade movie pretty much, so it's really lo-fi, and it's fun seeing something like that, not on like a grainy old DVD or something like I'm used to, even though I have it on Blu-ray now. It's just seeing it on a big screen like that was really cool. So yeah, I didn't realize I had so many things to talk about here. Here's a guilty pleasure that I'll quickly recommend that I really love for some reason. It's a movie called House of Bones from 2010. I saw it on TV at some point, and then I saw it streaming for free, and I ended up like rewatching it like a couple of times. Like it's just one of those movies to put on, and it's ridiculous. Like it's not a good movie at all, but I love it. I don't know why, but I love it, and I definitely want you and everyone to watch it.
Okay.
So yeah, House of Bones. I'll let people look that up. I won't talk about it too much.
Okay, if I have to.
It's just so dumb, and I love it. Okay, so last thing here, and then we'll get into actually Halloween because I know you want to
Sorry.
talk about that as well. No problem.
Can't wait.
I watched Retribution from 1987, which actually begins on Halloween, and I feel like I'd seen this growing up because I remember having like positive feelings about it, but watching it now on the Severin Films Blu-ray that was released not too long ago, it kind of felt like a first time viewing for me.
Yeah.
There was a lot of things I just didn't remember and felt fresh. And I love this movie. Like this was like just such a gem to me. I'm not sure if I can't recall if I've heard you talk about it before or not, but what are your thoughts on
Oh, I haven't
Retribution?
seen that since the home, like when it was a new release on the video shelf.
Oh, interesting. Yeah,
I
was
remember.
probably the same
I remember
thing.
renting it and kind of liking it. That's all I. That's all I could recall.
No, that's kind of how I felt about it. It was like, oh, I kind of remember this one. You know, should I watch it again? Yeah, why not? And I was just really into it. And it's only Halloween for like a few minutes at the beginning, but it's still kind of fun sneaking that into this month.
Yeah.
So I really love that one. Okay, so let's talk about the new Halloween movies. So I'd only seen Halloween 2018 once when it came out in theaters, and I was pretty underwhelmed and unimpressed and didn't understand why people were so high on it, and I had a lot of issues with it, but whatever. I remember thinking it was kind of okay. I watched it again, just kind of I guess I got caught up in the hype for Halloween Kills. I just kind of wanted to give it a chance, and I think I liked it even less.
Oh, sure.
And I didn't even like it, the first time, but I think like there was even more that bothered me this time.
Yeah.
And maybe I'd forgotten about them. Maybe those things bothered me as well, but I don't know. I just don't see the appeal, and everyone has their own tastes, and this is one franchise where you can really pick and choose what you like out of it. And there's something for everyone, as far as horror fans go, but it's just not for me. And so it really lowered my expectations even more for Halloween Kills, so much so that I wasn't even like, I didn't even try to like make plans to go see it in theaters, like even though my wife had interest. Usually I would jump on that and be like, okay, let's see if one of our moms can watch the kids or something and like go see it. But like I just had like zero excitement about it, which is sad because overall it's probably my favorite horror franchise or movie franchise, but it's just again, it's a mixed bag. So we finally watched it last night. And a lot of things had kind of been spoiled for me already on Instagram and stuff because I didn't even really go out of my way to avoid spoilers. Like I didn't look for them, but like I didn't care if I saw something because I just wasn't really invested. So I don't, and I feel like they showed so much in the trailers anyway. So like nothing really surprised me about it. But I just didn't like this movie at all. I
saw that coming.
I was laughing a lot. I was like criticizing it a lot. Like I'm glad we watched it at home.
Yeah.
We ended up streaming it. We just used her sister's Peacock login,
Right.
because that's one of the few things that we don't have yet or whatever. And because again, it's a movie that I had zero excitement about. Otherwise, I would have rushed to theaters to see it. And I was hoping I'd be pleasantly surprised. Like part of me always feels that way whenever something like this comes up, but I just didn't like it at all. Like I was criticizing it and pointing things out and explaining things to my wife who didn't remember a lot of stuff and was like, wait, they're not brother and sister anymore. Like, I guess like she's a fan, obviously, but I guess she's more of a casual fan. So it was like interesting kind of like getting to see someone with that perspective. And she didn't like it either, and I was just like, it was just so overkill and ridiculous and absurd, and like not in a good way. Like I can get pleasure out of a lot of movies, and I like bad sequels and unloved slashers, and that's a topic for like a whole other time. But this was just torture for me. Like, I mean, I'm glad I can say I saw it finally, and I don't have to feel like I'm missing out with everyone posting about it every 5 minutes like they were a week ago or whenever it came out. But yeah, I just was not feeling it, and not feeling the direction they took this franchise in. And this, if anything, it made the last one look a little better by comparison. I guess that's a positive, but I don't know. I just was not a fan, unfortunately. So yeah, sorry, I went on for a while there. I was not ready for that. I should have looked at my list beforehand. But what did you think about Halloween Kills? How about we start there?
I feel like I need to be holding a bat while like holding a bat over my shoulder and just like saying evil dies tonight over and over and over and over and over and over.
Oh man.
Wow.
Oh man.
It took everything I didn't like about Halloween 2018 and kind of doubled down on it.
Yep. And threw in some like Rob Zombie Halloween.
And then threw in some Rob Zombie because obviously these two movies are like they do callbacks to the, instead of like erasing the timeline, which they do. In addition to erasing the timeline, they also call back to the movies in the timeline.
Exactly.
This one, what they do is they obviously they bring back characters that we from the first movie or characters that are talked about, and then of course they do the Rob Zombie thing with Michael Myers, like where he's like torturing or whatever.
Yeah, just this super
violence. And I think that's out of desperation, honestly. It feels like that in this movie. Like they need to like make it relevant for 2021. And how do we make a movie relevant for 2021? What do we do? Let's see. Let's up the ante in the violence. Let's make it super violent. Yay. Aren't we brilliant and smart? What else can we do? Oh, I don't know. Let's throw in something relevant. Let's make it about a mob of people who are turning against Michael Myers and going to form a mob and like overtake the hospital and then weed out the bad guy. Oh no, but they have the wrong guy. They killed the wrong guy. How terrible are we as humanity?
As soon as they showed that guy on TV, I said that was going to happen. When they're like, there's still this,
and it drags out
this
for so
inmate.
Long.
Yeah,
like, you know what's going to happen, but it keeps dragging that out until its inevitable climax. And like, I kept rolling my eyes so hard that I'm like, oh god, this is just so badly written. The dialogue is especially bad.
Oh my god!
It took like 3 or 4 people to write this movie, and God, I don't know what happened there. They just could not.
Did it really
together any coherence?
Oh my gosh! I don't think I even knew that. That's ridiculous. Yeah, some of the dialogue, even poor Laurie. Like I was like, I felt bad for Jamie.
It's kind of embarrassing in a way, and she's riding high on the success of this thing, and her, this movie like premiered at the Venice Film Festival. She got a prestigious award, so she's getting her glamour thing. But I'm like, this movie fucking sucks. Like, I'm sorry, this is not a good movie. It's just so dumb and just badly written. I'm like, how is this even a thing?
I will say, like, I feel very validated for being down on the last one now. So in a sense, like, it's good because there's been times where like I have to come around to something, be like, oh, I didn't like it, but like now that I kind of see the next one and now I went back and watched it, like I'm kind of eating crow, like this was actually not that bad, and I'm a fan, like let's see where the next one goes now. But it's like, no, I feel so validated. Like I'm like this is shit. Like shame on you guys.
It's just making me reevaluate the lower points in the series. I'm like, people are like still like down on like Halloween 5 and and
Yeah.
like 6 and like and even Resurrect. I'm like, I'm sorry.
So I'm gonna blow your mind actually, maybe because I didn't want to say this earlier when I was talking about how I'm a fan of a lot of unloved sequels and stuff, and I think I might have said this to you in private conversation before. Halloween Resurrection is like totally like a guilty pleasure for me. Like I hated it at the time. I thought it was dumb, but like at some point in like the last 20 years or whatever, like that movie brings me joy, and there's like no joy in this movie. Like I don't, and which is crazy because everyone's posting like their Halloween franchise rankings and stuff like that, and like I don't know, like I guess I never saw that stuff before because I wasn't really part of this community on social media until recently. But like, it's just like I guess it's kind of depressing, like in a way, like seeing what people like and don't like, and
there's too much. There's too much. You know, there are too many opinions, and there's just too much out there on the internet that it drives me kind of a little crazy.
Yes, no, absolutely, and this was like, I don't know, this was kind of peak that for me because it was just so like you couldn't avoid it. Like everyone had to give their 2 cents, like in detail. About it, and you know everyone was either raving about it or you know, honestly I feel like I mostly saw like people like hyped about it. I don't remember.
I've seen mostly positive things about it, which
is
like,
I'm trying to remember now. Like, even our friends, like I feel like we saw like I was seeing a lot of positive things, and like I don't know, it's like, you know, again, there's no right or wrong answer with something that's opinion, but you know they're wrong.
In this case,
I love them, but they're wrong. Yeah, it's just bad, and like this was like, I mean, like I was trying to explain to my wife too, like who a lot of these characters were and stuff. I was like, you know, this was the boy she was babysitting in part 1, and she's like, isn't that the guy from Edward Scissorhands? I'm like, yeah, actually, he's exactly the guy from Edward Scissorhands. Like that, and like, you know, like this is the nurse that got killed at the beginning of H2O, you know, and like, you know, stuff like that. Like, and she's like, oh yeah, like she's remembering a lot of it and stuff, but it's just so like everyone has been treated so much better in like other movies that they appeared in, at least. Even, you know, like I'm not a huge fan of Halloween 6. I like, it's okay, like I watch it every once in a while for fun or whatever, but like even that, like I'll take like, you know, socially awkward you know, the conspiracy theory Tommy over like this guy. Like,
seriously.
Like I just didn't get it at all. And like, you know, there was like some stuff that like I kind of appreciated, like again, like with the last one, like I think the music is great for the most part, but that's because I was gonna say it's John Carpenter, but really it's just John Carpenter like letting his kid do what he wants, and like,
that's
like,
pretty much it.
Let me play some video games and smoke some weed and just let me know where I need to sign. You know, like that's where he's at.
And let's be honest, even though Jamie Lee Curtis is in this movie and she's riding high in the success and she's getting, you know, prestigious awards, whatever, she's a very small part of this movie, guys. Like, she's just there, you know.
No, and you know, that was a criticism of Halloween too, right? I mean, people would complain that she's just in bed the whole movie, and she's not like, doesn't get a lot to do. I'm like, are you kidding? Like, compared to this,
it's like she's still the star of that movie, and she's just sidelined because she wanted to make a Halloween sequel on her terms, you know, shooting it for like 2 or 3 weeks, and then she was done, and then she left, and that was it. But she's, you know, and I'm glad she has all the success, and I love Jamie Lee Curtis, but man, I don't understand the appeal of these two movies, especially this movie.
Me neither.
I can't wait for the third one, for this trilogy to end, and then they'll reboot it again and see how they'll screw it up that time. But whatever.
Oh my god, yeah. You know, I saw some people post like, "Oh, you know, I'm so excited for what was it?" I wanted to bring this up because someone wrote something like, "I'm so excited for Halloween Kills now, or no, Halloween Ends now, but I'm sad that it's the end of Halloween." And I'm like, "Are you kidding? Like, did you just start watching movies?" Like we're gonna get another Halloween movie. Yeah, like, and it's gonna be sooner.
Nothing worse than like a movie that's made knowing there's another movie coming
Yeah, that's true.
It's like just going. It's more just going through the motions to get to the end of the movie. Which is
no, exactly. So
Ugh.
that's one thing for sure. But I guess what I meant was like the person was excited for the last one, the next one coming out.
Yeah.
But
So
they're like
much to be
sad
excited
that
about.
that's the end of the franchise, you know. And I'm like, no, like there's more. Like, are like they're okay?
Oh
That's
no,
gonna
it really is gonna end.
yeah. Like, do you think they're gonna stop making like, you know, Michael Myers movies? No, like we're gonna get another version of Halloween soon, and maybe, you know, I hate to say this, but maybe when he's not in his 60s or whatever, like they can kind of ground it again and kind of go a different direction or whatever. I don't know, because it jumped the shark like big time for me. And again, I'm someone who like I love like a lot of like bad movies, and like I'm proud of it, but this is just, there's just no joy in there. He's like,
no, there's no joy.
Violently
That's true.
killing people in like a way that's just not like,
it doesn't feel like I you know, there's the music is in there, you get some of the themes, but it doesn't feel like a Halloween movie to me. I'm sorry, it's like someone's interpretation of what the Halloween movie means to them. It's actually and it's obviously filtered through a lot of different people's opinions, because clearly there's so much they're throwing out at the screen there and all these callbacks and everything. So it feels like a movie made by assembly, and it just doesn't feel like obviously a David Gordon Green film. We know what he's capable of, but it's just kind of depressingly bad, and I just want to move on from it.
No, it is. And like so I was saying there was things I appreciated, like the flashback. I didn't think it was well done. Like I don't think it was interesting, like what they did, but I liked how they made him look like Michael Myers from 1978, and I like how they had the stand-in for Loomis that actually looked pretty good too.
It's like one of the most unnecessary flashbacks ever, but at least they took some care into making them look like, you know, they did in the 78 movie.
But it was probably just like kind of like a fan service thing, right?
Like
right. I mean, like I feel like so much was, and you know, another thing I feel very validated about is I almost spilled my beer. Sorry, it's early here, but I still need beer to podcast. I was gonna say one thing I feel validated about too is I said the whole time after the 2018 one that it wasn't like the Rob Zombie movies, but it was more like the Rob Zombie movies than it was the actual Halloween movies. And I felt like that. And the example I would use was when he attacked the podcasters in the bathroom. That just felt straight out of Rob Zombie's Halloween, and just maybe with a little bit less cursing. I don't know. Because they were like polite British podcasters, but he was, you know, dropping teeth in the stall and people crawling around on a dirty bathroom floor, and then him just slamming heads and strangling people, and he's just like this huge monster, you know, like it just like that's what it felt like to me, was like what I remember from those movies that I'll never watch again. And this one just doubled up down on that, like you said, like it took the things that I didn't like, and it just like, you know, it was like, let's dial it up. So he instead of, you know, that some brutally violent, silly scenes like that, you had him like when he kills the old couple, and he's just bends over the old guy in the background, you can see, and he's just putting knives in him, like for no reason. Like the guy's dead. And
this is the same killer who like stabbed somebody once and impaled them, and that was it. It was done. He was an efficient, silent killer, like a shark, which was the idea of you know, of the original Michael Myers. And here it's just like, it's clearly that they're like, okay, we need to make this scary, and that's what they think scary is. Scary is to stab somebody over and over.
Exactly. They think scary is either like ridiculously big or ridiculously brutal and violent. And I actually just posted something about that kind of subtly the other day. I feel like I'm talking about social media too much, but I posted just something about the original Halloween, and I didn't even mention Halloween Kills, but I basically said that what John Carpenter and Deborah Hill intended Michael Myers to be, you know, like he was the boogeyman, like in the shadows, like he was like a force of nature, like he was, you know, for lack of a better term, he was like a phantom, you know, and like that's not this guy. This is again, this is Rob Zombie's Michael Myers. I don't know what else to compare him to, but unfortunately, that's kind of what he is. He's just in his 60s now, and immortal for whatever reason. Maybe they're gonna bring back the Thorn cult. I don't know. Maybe that's how they're gonna explain it. But yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm bringing you on like a huge tangent here. But yeah, I'm glad I watched it so that we could talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Because otherwise I was just gonna say like, oh, I haven't seen it yet. I'm not really looking forward to it. That's not that interesting. So at least we get to give our opinions.
Yay, it's done.
It's done. Yeah, no, yeah. God.
All right. We should get to the Child's Play movies. So let's
Oh,
go.
right. Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Let's get to a franchise that I'm a little more fond of. Here is the TV spot for the first one.
Child's Play, a terrifying new movie. Something has moved in with the Barkley family. And so has terror. Child's Play. Child's Play. Rated R.
Starts Wednesday, November 9th at a theater near you.
Nobody believes 6-year-old Andy Barclay when he says that Chucky, his new birthday doll, is alive. And when Andy's babysitter is violently pushed out the window to her death, the boy tells his mother and the detective the simple truth: Chucky did it. In this clever, playful thriller, voodoo and terror meet when an innocent-looking doll is inhabited by the soul of a killer who wasn't ready to die. Only young Andy realizes that Chucky, who promises to be his friend to the end, is responsible for the ensuing rampage of gruesome murders. But the real terror takes hold when the deranged doll becomes determined to transfer his evil spirit to a living human being. Child's Play co-writer and director Tom Holland, creator of the popular Fright Night, treats his audience intelligently in this stylish thrill-a-minute chiller filled with startling special effects. Look out, Freddy, here comes Chucky. All right, so that was the VHS description for Child's Play from 1988. And I just want to say, first off, maybe I can be a little bit more specific as to what you asked me earlier about the Child's Play franchise and explain that Chucky was a huge part of my childhood. Mm-hmm. I can't remember the first time I actually watched Child's Play, but I was aware of Chucky by 1988, and as were my peers, which is, it seems strange when I think about it, because I was born in 82, so I was about the same age as Andy. But
perfect.
It's bizarre to think that something like Child's Play would have been in my conscious at such an early age. But my daughter is 6 years old now, and she knows who Chucky is from her friends in school. Yeah, so it's just Chucky is like this perfect, like, kind of gateway horror icon that scares the hell out of kids, and he scared the hell out of me. At one point this month, I should mention this too, I had one of the movies paused on the TV, and my kids woke up in the middle of the night. My wife brought them down. I got up to, help her out and, see what they needed. And my daughter saw Chucky on the TV and like ran to me and started crying. And I felt like such a bad dad. And my wife even got mad at me. And I was like, I'm so sorry. I didn't even think of it. Like, I stopped the movie, thank God. but I should have turned off the TV. But yeah, I mean, this guy just gets to you, depending how old you are, I guess. And, I definitely was aware of Chucky, and I remember seeing the posters more for the sequels, 2 and 3, at the movie theaters that I would go to around the Cottonwood Mall in Utah. And I just had a connection with him, and I knew he was iconic. I knew he was, up there with Freddy and Jason and the best of them. And at some point I started loving the movies as well. I think that this version of Chucky, this first film, is Chucky at his scariest. I think the scene where Catherine Hicks discovers the batteries in the good guy box, like, it still gives me chills. Like, I think that's really well done. Even watching it now for like the 50th time or whatever, like, I got like caught up in that moment. I just think it's so brilliant. I will say I love the cast in this movie. I do wish that Catherine Hicks or Chris Sarandon had returned to the series at some point.
Yeah.
As they're both fantastic and great characters. I know that this franchise has benefited from having this like guidance from Don Mancini, and I mentioned him before. But I can tell you one thing that's definitely missing, like, that is present in this movie, is Tom Holland. And this feels like a Tom Holland movie, like, through and through.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have like a real special connection to this movie. I actually met Alex Vincent and Tom Holland sitting together at a convention once, years ago. And they were both like really approachable and pleasant, but like, I really like got into talking to Tom Holland. Like, he was really like, I don't know, like, it's weird. He was so humble, and I don't know if it's an act for conventions or whatever, but I guess he doesn't get a lot of recognition. Because he was kind of complimenting me for caring about like the people who make the movies and not just the people who are in the movies, and like knowing that, I was like, yeah, doesn't everyone? And this was probably one of the first conventions I went to. I can't remember. It was at some point in these last 10, 15 years or whatever. But he was just so cool. And he really, took the time to talk to me. And I had them both autograph the same picture of Andy and Chucky together. And they like, I don't know. It was really cool. Like, kind of what they wrote and stuff too, if I'm remembering right. But I have a real special connection to Child's Play. I think this movie is, like I said, it's like a perfect, I want to say it's like a perfect gateway horror. It's probably too scary for a lot of kids to watch this, until they're older, for sure. But I think it's like right when you're ready to get to those R-rated movies, like, this is a good one to pop in, because it just taps into so many fears. And it's the puppet effects obviously would get better in the future movies, but like, something about them working around those limitations is still really charming and creepy. And I like even like the stand-ins with like where it's clear that it's like a little person. I'm not sure what the appropriate way to say that is now, but I just love that. Like, I love the way I love the way that's done. And I think that the kills are really well, like, kind of paced and staged in this one as well. Like, it's a lower body count movie, but they're very effective, and they each have meaning. Like, there's a purpose for the people that Charles Lee Ray seeks revenge on. There's a purpose for him kind of doing a lot of the things he's doing here, but except maybe the babysitter was just him being his evil self. But overall, it's just there's a lot of intention and care put into this movie that I'm not sure is still there in some other entries in the franchise, unfortunately. And I think it's nice when you can have like a very talented creator involved, like Don Mancini in all of these, but pairing a very talented creator with another very talented creator, I think, is just going to give you something that's on another level, and that's what you get here. So I'm just really high on Child's Play. I feel like this is a movie everyone's seen and knows, so I'm not sure how much we need to get into specifics, but I'll just say I love it, and it's one of my favorite films of all time, for sure. What are your thoughts on the original?
I'm absolutely with you. It's one of my personal favorite horror movies of all time. if this movie
Sweet.
is screening anywhere, I go see it because I know I'm gonna be in, like 80, it's like 88, 89 minutes long, but it goes by so quickly because
It does.
it's
It really does.
it's like a masterclass of editing. This movie, it's so well
Yeah.
paced, and I just get caught up in it and just really enjoy the hell out of it for its running time. Every time, so skillfully made, like you mentioned, by Tom Holland. He really does give it another level that maybe some of the a lot of the other entries don't have, in terms of the way it's filmed and just the attention to detail and just the skill that's put into it. I feel like there's so much
Yeah.
skill involved here. It really felt like a film studio film, like a movie that was made with a decent budget, with a lot of where the people were showing up who actually really wanted to go to work and make a good movie and put a lot of work and effort into it. I mean, it wasn't a really high budgeted movie for the time. It was $9 million budget, which
Wow.
which isn't a lot considering it's a movie with a lot of effects. And
Right.
also a movie that was filmed on location in Chicago. So that's another big aspect to this movie. You really feel the atmosphere, you feel the cold. This was filmed in Chicago, and it felt like it, which was nice. Where a lot of other movies and even some of the movies to come in the series, they kind of fake the atmosphere. This one really has legitimate atmosphere going on, and that really adds to the tension. It feels like it's Chicago, and I like that it's Chris Sarandon as a cop. He doesn't, he's maybe a little too mannered to be like a real Chicago cop, but I still somehow buy it because I think it's, I think again, Tom Holland, who's good with actors, he really he makes you buy into the situations. And with Chris Sarandon as a cop, and also with Catherine Hicks as a mom, you really feel for her. And I think she's such a great focal character to have in this movie.
Absolutely.
I think you really absolutely are on the mom's journey along with Andy as well. And that's part of the reason why I love it. To me, one of the best mother-son horror movies, right up there maybe with Psycho in a way.
That's a great way to look at it.
I just kind of like the dynamic. There's not a lot of them, but I feel like the dynamic is really good here, and it really is believable. The situations are believable because the premise is so fantastical and involves like voodoo and potentially silly things. I think the horror and the dramatic weight put into it absolutely make it work. Again, attributed to Don Mancini. There were all versions of the script. This is, there were a few versions of the script. Don Mancini originated this project, of course, with his original script, but then it went through several drafts, and of course,
there were some talented people involved with kind of polishing it and making it what it was.
Exactly. So it became a very polished script and a very tight script, I would say, and I think it's really well done from beginning to end. And I just love this movie. I could watch it over and over, and and I have. I mean, when I think about all the films, and there are definitely some sequels in here that I've watched a few times and enjoy, but I feel like I always go back to the first one most of all. Because it is so well done. Whereas like an Elm Street movie, there might be like Elm Street 4 is my go-to one.
Right.
And Friday the 13th, maybe. In Friday the 13th, maybe it might be like 2 or 6. And then some of the other franchises, like I just kind of go back, I go back to maybe some of the other ones, but here I do go back to the original movie most of all, and because I just love it so much.
No, I hear you. And it's funny because you mentioned Chris Sarandon like being so proper and polished, and like just not coming off as like what you would see as a cop in Chicago in a movie in 1988. But I love that they kind of give him that partner with Tommy Swerdlow.
Oh yeah, totally a Chicago guy. Yeah,
which I think kind of grounds the world a little bit more. It's like, okay, this guy is like different, like here's like a normal cop just to kind of show you that it's still like in the
Right.
real world or whatever. But we just happen to have this like kind of classy guy who's stands out among his peers as well, and he's just happens to be on this case. So the supporting cast is great. Yeah, the cast in general is great. I mean, I love that you've got Jack Coleman, who it took me a second to recognize him, but he was a big part of the Incredible Hulk TV show. He was a recurring character, and he's like I guess, gosh, I'm not sure if he's like a child psychologist in this film, but he gets his comeuppance for not believing, and he, as many do. But the heart and soul of this movie, and that would go on to be true for the franchise, is Brad Dourif, obviously. And we would be remiss not to mention him, of course, because he's just so perfect for this role. And I feel like he was already like a great character actor by this point, and he appeared in a lot of movies, I'm sure. I can't recall off the top of my head exactly his filmography timeline, but he's just so perfect for this. And I like that we get that glimpse of him at the beginning. And honestly, this is something I'll get into more with the later sequels. Like, that's all I need of Charles Lee Ray. Like, that's perfect. Like, I don't feel like we needed any more than that. And it was really well done, and I love him. I love what he does, like, out of that act of desperation. And like, voodoo, like, it might seem like such an easy, cheesy, I guess, even for lack of a better term, like plot thing. What's the term I'm looking for? Like a plot device, right? To kind of get to where you want to go. But it works because, like, who understands like voodoo? Like, all we know is that you can do all kinds of crazy stuff with it. And I love that that's like at the kind of underlying magic to the series is voodoo. And we get to see that he knows it, and he learned it from this guy, and perversed it in his own ways. And here you go, like, here's your killer doll. And that's like kind of all you need. You don't really need a lot more details than that. And that's perfect.
It's true. It's like getting ahead of ourselves. The remake will explains it in a more quote unquote realistic way. Here I prefer the magic.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's just something to the simplicity of it that works. And again, I think that's good writers and creators knowing what they're doing and not getting bogged down in things that modern writers probably would. Right. So unfortunately, that's where we're at now. But thank God we can always go back to 1988 and enjoy Child's Play.
Love it. Fun fact: Jessica Walter of Arrested Development. She was the original voice of Chucky.
I heard that.
Yes.
I want to find an example or a clip of that.
I really, I can't. I hope that exists somewhere. I haven't heard it yet. It's not on the internet. I just really hope one day that shows up. So what happened was Brad Dourif was hired to be Chucky because Tom Holland worked with him on Fatal Beauty, the film he shot right before this one. And so he wanted him to be Chucky, but then there was a scheduling thing. Brad Dourif was busy doing Spontaneous Combustion, the Toby Hooper thing. And so he wasn't able to record in time. So they got Jessica Walter to record all the dialogue for Chucky. Wow. And then when they patched it together, they realized it wasn't quite as effective as it could be. So and then by that point, Brad Dourif was free to record all the dialogue. So it was kind of after the movie was shot. He was able to do the voice.
Interesting.
And of course, obviously, that worked out well there. And what makes Chucky and Child's Play so memorable, it really is Brad Dourif's voice. I mean, that's pretty front and center for me and for a lot of people.
He is as much as integral, I guess, to Chucky as I'm trying to think of like something comparable. I guess like Freddy Krueger is like the closest I would say, like Robert Englund, where like even the most talented actors that they've used, to replace them in different examples. Like it just doesn't work. Like they're these characters, and they're so essential.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, I love it. Love this movie. I think it's really well done and really fun, and there's not a weak scene or segment in the entire thing.
So yeah, released by United Artists on November 9th, 1988. And it ended up grossing $33 million at the US box office with a $44 million worldwide. That was big numbers at the time. On a $9 million budget. So it was a success. I saw it at the Fort Wayne Theater in Brooklyn, where I was living. And I snuck into another movie, which was it would be my second viewing of this movie of that. I think I saw it in October, of course, and it was still playing in November at this theater. So I had to go sneak in to go see, after Child's Play, Halloween 4: The Revenge of Michael Myers.
Oh, that's awesome. That's
so
fun.
I got some Chucky, I got some Michael Myers, good Michael Myers, not bad Michael Myers.
Yeah, I'm a fan. Yes.
So that was a fun day. It opened at number 1 at the box office. The same week, Ernest Saves Christmas opened at number 2.
Okay.
Iron Eagle 2 opened at number 3. Cry in the Dark opened at number 8, Split Decisions at number 13, Distant Thunder at number 14, and Ghost Town at number 15.
Oh, nice.
Just to give you context, also playing at the time, The Kiss, They Live, Everybody's All American, The Accused, U2 Rattle and Hum, Mystic Pizza, Without a Clue, The Good Mother, Punchline, Crossing Delancey, Bat 21, Clara's Heart, Spike of Bensonhurst, Alien Nation, A Fish Called Wanda, and Bird were all played.
Nice.
My last bit of business here. What's your favorite kill in the movie? These are like essentially slasher movies. So what is your favorite kill of Child's Play 1?
Oh, that's a great question. The first one is probably the scariest. Seeing the poor babysitter that we got to like in the few minutes we got to see her with Andy's mom and taking care of Andy. I feel like that was pretty creepy and effective, but I feel like the scene that kind of sticks out in my memory might be the voodoo doll that he goes and when he goes back to the voodoo priest who taught him everything he knows. And that kind of came back to bite him in the ass. Yeah. But that might be my favorite. But they're all really well done. Even something as simple as him turning the gas on with his partner that abandoned him, that ran out on him. Like, I think like there's like kind of low key kills like that, or even, and it ends with a big explosion. I don't know how low key that is, but compared to like some of the things we see in other Child's Play movies or other slashes or whatever, it seems pretty tame. But they're again low body count, but I like all of them. What's your favorite?
Low body count, high impact.
Yes.
Yeah, I wrote down Dinah Manoff as the babysitter out the window, just because it's so.
It is. It's so iconic.
It's so iconic. It's unexpected. It's like. If you think about it, maybe a little too much, it might be like, oh, how did he do that? Like, because you don't see that stuff. You weren't actually, you don't physically see it. You see a zoom in and her going out the window, but it just works. It really works. And it just scared me. I remember that one really sticking with me as a kid. I saw this
absolutely
at 13. So I was just old enough to really appreciate horror movies and
that's awesome.
Be a connoisseur of them by that point. And I just thought it was really, really effective. And
wasn't that a poster image or a VHS image or something where it's the corner of their building or is it just the corner of the building? I feel like she was falling out of it. I'm remembering something like that.
It was definitely the building was the central image of the original poster. But yeah,
very cool.
That was definitely my favorite. Let's get into the TV spot for Child's Play 2. Here it is.
In 1988, he startled us with a frightening vision. Then he was destroyed and left for dead. now.
Sorry, Jack. Chucky's back.
Child's Play 2, rated R. Starts Friday, November 9th at theaters everywhere.
Okay, that was a TV spot. Here is the VHS box from Universal Home Video. Chucky's back. The notorious killer doll with a satanic smile comes back to life in this new chapter, depicting the terrifying struggle between young Andy Barclay, played by Alex Vincent, and the demonic doll attempting to possess his soul. Despite being roasted to a crisp in the last escapade, Chucky rises from the ashes after being reconstructed by a toy factory to dispel the negative publicity surrounding the doll. Back in one piece, Chucky tracks his prey to a foster home when the chase begins again in this fiendishly clever sequel to the enormously popular original. Color, 1 hour, 24 minutes, rated R, digitally recorded. So Child's Play 2 kind of picks up where the first one leaves off, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
See Chucky returning in I'm not sure why they're actually reusing the old doll, but I don't know.
It's explained in its own way.
Sort of. Don't think about it too much.
Yeah, they were checking to make sure there wasn't any changes to it or whatever somehow. Corporate liability. But yeah.
Sure, yeah.
I don't know what they could get out of that doll after what was done to it.
Yeah, it was pretty crispy. So yeah, I saw this in the theater and was like, oh, okay. Child's Play 2, I'm ready for it.
Sure.
2 years later, I want more of that Child's Play action. And that's what I got. I got exactly more of what I wanted. I was a little disappointed, to be honest, to begin to tell you right off the bat that Catherine Hicks wasn't in this movie. Nor Chris Sarandon, but mostly Catherine Hicks. So it changes the dynamic of mother and son to Andy becoming this foster kid, but that also helps branch the movie out, as I've learned, to other little pockets and little stories and universes, because you can't keep him in the same place, because otherwise you're retelling the same exact story over and over. He's got to move around. He's got to go to different spots. And so this one does that and brings in new characters, foster parents, other foster kids, and of course psychiatrists and all these people, and of course they can potentially become victims and body count for Chucky. And I just really enjoyed it for what it was at the time. I thought it gave me more of Chucky and his mean-spirited but funny self, and his humor, just his little his gallows humor, and it's exactly kind of what I wanted from a sequel at the time. And then watching it over the years, I felt like, okay, this movie kind of is still making me feel the same things I felt in the first viewing, which was odd because I felt like a lot of the time, a lot of these sequels kind of dissipated. But this one kind of gave me the same exact feels kind of over and over as I watched it over the years. I'm like, oh, that's pretty good. Like, how is this movie holding up over these years? Considering it is just kind of more Chucky and just more kills, and there's not a lot of there's not a lot of drama in it. I mean, not a lot of drama that you can really take away from it. I think some of the other sequels kind of build up a bit more of that in its story. Here it's just more kills, more comedy, more fun. And I'm like, that's exactly what you want in a sequel. And I just really admire that they just went with it and didn't fuss with it too much, and didn't try to just didn't want to do too much. With it. That was that would take away from it, and I just really enjoy it. And while we were watching it recently, I'm like, oh my god, this movie's still freaking entertaining and really well done, and just a good marriage of the character and set pieces and silliness and horror, and I really enjoy it. I don't have a lot to say because I'm like, for a sequel, it's pretty solid. It's really entertains me. I was like, that's what I want. How about for you?
Very cool. So yeah, I mean, I sort of see these as like Terminator and Terminator 2 in some ways. I think that's kind of like the closest thing I mentally can kind of like compare them to. But so they're different, but I think they actually pair together really well. Because they didn't wait too long, and Andy is, he
still seems like a little kid, right? Yeah,
exactly. And I mean, it's Alex Vincent. Like, he hasn't been recasted. There hasn't been like an unnecessary time jump or anything like that. And like, it's just a great continuation. And I feel like they actually do pair really well together. Like, these are two you can watch back to back, but they're different as well. And this definitely, I feel like it probably had a bigger budget, I'm assuming, and definitely like widens the scope, and you get like some amazing set pieces, like that entire sequence, like at the factory, the Good Guy doll factory, is just fantastic, and maybe that's where I'm getting a little bit of Terminator 2 vibes with the finale there in the factory as well. Oh well, I guess actually first one too, but either way, I just think it's just brilliant. And I was gonna mention actually that even the reconstructing Chucky is brilliant. Like, that's something you were kind of talking about, but the way it's done, like with the opening title sequence.
Oh yeah, it's a really good title sequence. Yeah,
right. And it's just, but like, I don't even feel like I need to really say that, because I feel like this entire movie is just solid from beginning to end. Like, it's honestly, like, I don't know if this is hyperbole or if I'm, being a little ridiculous because I just watched this, but I feel like this might be one of the best sequels of all time. And that's how much I love it, which is crazy because I don't feel like it's seen that way or talked about that way. Or at least not as much as it should be. So yeah, it's a terrific follow-up. For whatever reason, I think I might have watched this more than the original growing up. Maybe it was just, like by 90, I was like a little bit older. It probably came out on video when I was like 10 or something, and I was probably able to like rent it a lot or watch it on HBO or something. I don't remember, but I feel like I saw this one quite a bit. And I think it has a lot of really good iconic kills in it, and scenes that people remember, like with the teacher and with just a lot of stuff that comes up. And the cast is great. I love the cast.
Yeah.
I think I kind of forgot how good the cast was until I rewatched it when I was older, and kind of, at some point in your life, you kind of, as a movie viewer, you start to like recognize people that aren't necessarily the stars of movies. I don't know if that makes sense, but like, like it's like all of a sudden I was like, oh, like that's Garrett Graham from TerrorVision or whatever, and Jenny Agutter from American Werewolf in London, like, and it's just a really good cast, and I love all of them. I think that Grace Brisky is really likable. Beth Grant is great as like the teacher, and I don't know, it's just so well cast and well done. And I did want to talk about one cast member in particular, and I feel like I might have mentioned this before, so forgive me, but I had a huge crush on Christina Elise when I was a little kid. And I thought Kyle was like the coolest character, like in any movie, probably. Like, I just, it doesn't take much in like the early 90s or late 80s. Just like give a girl some cool outfits and a cigarette or whatever. And you're like, yeah, she's the cool one, right? And that was her. And she was awesome. She was so good at that role. Very iconic and memorable to me. Like, she definitely stuck with me as someone I was head over heels for, and probably brought me back to the movie a lot more. And again, so we kind of mentioned that there was a lot of hands like involved with the original script for Child's Play. And so this film's actually, directed by John, and this is the first time I'm trying to say his name out loud. So is it Lafia?
Lafia, yeah.
Okay. And he was actually really involved with the original Child's Play. And I don't know, I haven't fact checked this or anything, but I know that he takes credit for conceiving the name Chucky and a lot of his signature catchphrases.
Nice.
And I mean, he had a pretty big hand in it, right? So I feel like we all credit Don Mancini because this was his baby, and Tom Holland, of course, with his directing in the original. But this is someone who definitely had a big role in this franchise that's been kind of forgotten. And I feel like he did a great job with this
He really
movie.
did.
He really did. And I just, again, I think this is about as strong as a part 1 and 2 as there is out there. And like I would say, like, you can kind of put it next to movies like Halloween 1 and 2 or Friday the 13th 1 and 2, as amazing as those are, and it wouldn't be ridiculous to have these on that same shelf or whatever.
I agree.
So yeah, I'm a big fan for sure. This I don't know if I like it more than the first one. That would be pushing it probably, but it's up there. Like I really love this movie.
Yeah, it's just so entertaining and so well made. I'm glad you gave some props to John Lafia. I think he really deserves it and doesn't get enough credit.
Right? Yeah.
Sadly, he committed suicide in 2020. But his work on this film really shines, and I really appreciate that. Christina Leese as Kyle was definitely someone I really liked as well. When I would say, how was I, 11, 12? I was friendly with a girl in the neighborhood who was around 15, 16, who dressed a lot like Christina Leese does in this movie, wearing a black jacket. Awesome. And she had platinum blonde hair.
Oh, I love it.
So it reminded me of that. And she was also kind of a troublemaker. And I remember we were friends and we went to the supermarket, and I remember she talked me into boosting Jello pudding pops from the freezer.
Oh, that's hilarious.
That's so it was a very weird relationship that I formed with this this Kyle-like person.
No, I get it. I could see that for sure. I mean, she made me want to go into foster care. Like, how bad is that? Like, she made it seem cool, right? Like, you could be like this troubled teen, but you're still so cool. And you don't want to unpack your suitcase because you don't stay anywhere for more than a month. And I don't know. It just, I get it for sure. And I think that's cool that you got to kind of relate that to someone in your life.
Yeah. It's a really, really good, fun movie. My bit of trivia is that a person of a notable interest helped bring Chucky to Universal after MGM was United Artists was being bought by some company at the time, so that's why the rights were a little bit in limbo. That's why they weren't doing a sequel. Universal bought the rights so they could make a sequel, but one person helped get the deal done. And of course, the producer was on this movie, David Kirshner. He needed some help, so he was helped by none other than Steven Spielberg.
No way.
to present Chucky to Universal, and the head of Universal, which at the time was Sid Sheinberg. And so that helped get. So Steven Spielberg helped get. Steven Spielberg himself helped get Chucky under the Universal umbrella. And
wow.
Now David Kirshner, he worked on. He was a producer on American Tail, which of course was Steven Spielberg produced. That's why he had a relationship with them. So
interesting.
Yeah. So sadly, Catherine Hicks, and Chris Sarandon weren't in this movie.
Yeah,
they were in the original script, to be. So they were going to play a part, at least in the beginning of the film, but they were cut to save money.
Oh, that's
because
a
the budget
shame.
was already ballooning. I think at this point the budget was up to $13 million. And so yeah, they were cut out of the film, sadly. But
I'm not sure I knew that the story behind that, but that's a shame. Yeah.
but I would have loved to see them. And maybe there's still a chance, there's still a chance we'll see more of Kyle. Still a chance we might
Right.
see the mom and Chris. Who knows? We'll see.
Yeah, who knows? Anything's possible.
Anything's
these
possible in
days.
this franchise.
Maybe they'll show up and say "Evil dies tonight." We don't.
Oh my God, no! Don't do it. Don't.
I want to mention quickly too. I think I kind of touched on it, but seeing these posters in the theaters as a kid, I remember this very iconic Jack in the Box poster with Chucky with the giant pair of scissors.
Yeah.
It's like etched into my brain. Like I even remember which theater I saw it, and I don't remember the name of the theater, but I remember which one it was and where it was. Right. And because we had a few, we had three. Imagine a time where there was 3 thriving movie theaters all around the same mall. Like it's crazy. Now they're all gone. Wow. And that mall is gone. And this was in Salt Lake City, which is so a shame because that was a huge part of my childhood. But I very much remember that Chucky poster and the "Sorry Jack, Chucky's back" tagline, which I think was really great too. I mean, because Jack in the Box has nothing to do with the Child's Play other than being a toy, but it works. Like it works. They made it work. Yeah,
you can see they were kind of like trying to brand Chucky a bit,
Yeah, for sure. I think so. I think they knew they'd struck gold and they were gonna sell a lot of merch and a lot of tapes and whatever else they needed to, for sure.
Right. So yeah, it was released on the same day as the original Child's Play of November 9th, that magical day of November 9th. This time in 1990, so 2 years later. It made $28.5 million at the U.S. box office, so a little bit of a decline, but still healthy. $35 million worldwide. I'm sure it sold a shitload of videotapes and a lot of rentals, of course. It opened at number 1. So it was number 1 at the box office that week, much like the first movie. The Craze was at number 15. Dances with Wolves, which had a limited release, was at number 17. Return of Superfly was number 18. Also playing at the time, Jacob's Ladder, Ghost, Sibling Rivalry, Reversal of Fortune, White Palace, Quigley Down Under, Memphis Belle, Fantasia re-release, Marked for Death, Avalon, Mr. Destiny, Goodfellas, Graveyard Shift, that's the Stephen King one.
And Brad Dourif.
And oh yeah, that's right. Graffiti Bridge, Tune In Tomorrow, The Hot Spot, Night of the Living Dead remake, Waiting for the Light, King of New York, Metropolitan, Akira Kurosawa's Dreams, Henry and June, Postcards from the Edge, and Roger Corman's Frankenstein Unbound, all playing at the same time. Let's see. I guess my last question is, what is your favorite kill in the movie?
Oh, right. Yeah, no, that's a good one because this one had quite a few. And I remember the teacher in the classroom was scary because that's not something we were seeing a lot at that time, at least not for me at that age. And I remember the foster parents. I mean, even the foster dad, like with all his flaws and being kind of grumpy and stuff, like he wasn't a bad guy necessarily, right? And it's
not at all.
Like that was like, those were both like pretty impactful, I would say.
Yeah.
But again, this isn't like the highest body count. I mean, you have the corporate sleazeball guy too in the car, I guess. But I'm gonna pick a really random one just off the top of my head that I think is really fun, and that's the factory worker.
Yep.
And with the who gets the eyes pushed into his head, the doll eyes, the good guy doll. And we get to see his body swinging by again later and stuff. I don't know how Chucky managed all that, but who cares? But it's just I don't know. Watching that again recently, that I really got a kick out of it. So that might be the number 1 for me off the top of my head.
I wrote that down. I love a good eyeball kill, and that's like having doll eyes put into your eyes is pretty spectacular. I don't think you can top that, really.
Right, right. Yeah, no, that's something for sure. Definitely memorable.
Yeah, but like I said, it does up the ante in the kills, so there's
Mhm.
a lot of memorable deaths and
Oh yeah.
people who you didn't want. Like I didn't want to see Jenny Agutter die, but
Yeah,
she does
yeah.
die, and I think I read somewhere where she hated making this movie.
Oh, really? I mean, she's so like, she's
She's
been in
classy.
like some pretty dark movies, but she's so like classy and likable, and
Yeah.
she's so motherly in this, and it's just like you love her, like you don't want to see anything bad happen to her. I felt the same way about the woman running the foster home, like
Yeah,
the
Grace Zabriskie. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mentioned her before. Like you just like they're likable characters who care about
Hmm.
Andy and are trying to help him, and it's just it's sad. But the going back to the teacher, I was just gonna say the using the air pump, the
Hmm.
bike like air pump thing that you'd use as a kid to blow up your bike tires or whatever.
Yep.
Like, man, stuff like that. Like that. I'm telling you again. Like for us, like growing up and from that era, like things like that, it's just you didn't really, I don't know, like seeing them use like weapons like that, it messed you up for sure.
Hmm.
Because that's a lot different than like a machete or whatever, and
Yeah.
it looked like super painful, and then he's like got like a yardstick or whatever. So yeah, I don't know, there's some good stuff in here. Very, I think it's pretty iconic, honestly,
Yep.
a lot of these kills.
All right, let's move on to the TV spot for Child's Play 3. Here it is.
End of summer blues got you down? Well, you're in luck, because here comes the Chuck. Chucky's back.
I'm new and improved.
No, you're dead. We killed you. Wrong again, wimp.
A haircut ain't regulation, soldier.
Regulate this.
Child's Play 3, rated R. Starts Friday, August 30th at theaters everywhere.
All right, so one of filmdom's most notorious killers is back to wreak more mayhem as Chucky continues his quest to possess the body of a human child. 8 years after seemingly destroying the killer doll, Andy Barclay turns 16 and is placed in a military school. Meanwhile, the greedy president of Play Pals Toy Company decides to resurrect the popular Good Guys doll line, confident that all the bad publicity is forgotten. As the assembly line recreates the first doll from a mass of melted plastic, the spirit of Chucky returns to renew his quest and seek revenge on Andy. Once again, it's up to Andy to stop the unrelenting killer in this fast-paced thriller. So that is the VHS description. Again, this was a MCA home video universal title. And this VHS actually has some fun taglines I just wanted to mention quickly before we get on to the movie itself. So under Child's Play 3, it says, "Look who's stalking," which I get a kick out of anytime there's something that was like in popular culture at the time, like "Look Who's Talking," that I honestly forgotten about. But I love seeing something like that brought to like a horror franchise. And there's some great text here. There comes a time to put away childhood things, but some things won't stay put. So Child's Play 3, I have an embarrassing confession, actually. Until I listened to one of your recent 1991 episodes where you discussed this, I didn't realize it was only a year apart from Child's Play 2. I don't think I'd ever noticed that for whatever reason, which is embarrassing. I guess I just didn't notice the release dates for whatever reason. I knew Child's Play 2 was 1990 because I feel like that was my year of a bunch of part twos that I was really crazy about. But yeah, so I just didn't notice that there was really no need to do this time jump here before you mentioned it.
So
And
weird. Yeah.
it's such an interesting decision. Like it's just completely unnecessary. They could have just continued the story. I guess in my mind, I thought there'd been like 5 years or something, or 4 years, and they decided to go a different direction. And Justin Whalen, am I getting his name right? I should look. But he's, I think he kind of looks like teenage Alex Vincent in a way like how you would picture him from those movies. I think the casting is fine. And I like him from Lois and Clark, the New Adventures of Superman and some other stuff I saw him in around the time. But again, it just was unnecessary. Nothing against him but it's just they didn't need to do that. Now, having said that, and I know, I believe if I'm remembering right from what you said about this movie, not to get ahead, it's not necessarily your favorite movie in the franchise, which is, I think that's the consensus for most people. I think this is a movie that ranks really low, if not last, for most people. I'm going to say something that might be a little controversial, that this is actually my third favorite movie in the entire franchise, because I'm a weirdo, of course, and the patron saint of unloved sequels, which I think we both take pride in that with different kinds of franchises and sequels. But this is one for me, and it's not a movie that I think I loved growing up when we only had 3 Child's Play movies. I think that this was probably my least favorite out of those 3. Because the first 2 paired so well together and were very much just solid, like classics. Like this was something else. Like this almost felt like straight to video, and it wasn't the same kind of movie. But I think that it's unsatisfying, like as a follow up to part 2. Like I don't think the time jump was necessary. But I think if you view it on its own, like just as like an early 90s horror movie, like it's really fun. Like I really love it. And unabashedly love it. Like I want to emphasize that. Like I really am into this movie. And I do love like the military academy setting. I love that in general. I think I talked about that when we were discussing the Omen sequels as well. And even more than the military academy setting, I love that finale on the dark ride at the fairgrounds, the Devil's Lair. I wrote it down, the name of the ride. I could do an entire episode on that ride because it was so clearly built by like a movie studio and not something that we would see in like a rinky dink fair, but it was amazing. Right. I wish that was real. It's just so epic. Like, you can't really top that like factory from part 2. I mean, that's just so perfect, especially for a killer doll, right? To be in a factory full of those dolls. But this was like as close as you can get for me, because I just was so into that. I thought it just gave such a fun setting. You have Chucky get half of his face sliced off by this Grim Reaper in there, which I don't know how it's safe for whoever made this ride to have his sight that sharp. but it's just, it's like he looks great with like half his face cut off and all bloody, and like it's just so, to me, like I feel like there's some really fun iconic imagery and moments in here, and it's again, like it's a lesser movie, don't get me wrong. Like it feels, I don't know what the budget was. Like it feels like a lower budget movie than the first 2. Like it just doesn't feel like it's up to par. Like I almost see this as more of like I mentioned Omen before. Like I feel like this is almost like an Omen 4 kind of situation, right? But like it's just I just love it. Like I think the characters are really fun. You've got like death by, well, actually, I won't mention the deaths yet because we're going to get to that, I'm sure, like you've asked me with the other ones. But I'm a fan for sure. And I know that that's not a popular opinion. But you know what? Once upon a time, I feel like I was the only one who was saying that about Halloween 3 before. And I'm sure I wasn't. But like I felt like that at a time. And like, maybe, who knows? Maybe at some point in history, people are going to like this movie too. I don't know. I can hold out hope. And if not, that's okay, because I still love Jason Takes Manhattan and champion that too. So if it ends up more Jason Takes Manhattan than Halloween 3, I can live with that as well. But yeah, so I don't know. All I can say is I love this movie, and I feel like you did talk about it recently, so I'm not sure how much you want to say, but yeah, what are your feelings having heard my thoughts?
So yeah, I watched it for the 1991 podcast,
Right,
because it came out in 1991. It came out August 30th, 1991, a mere 9 months after Child's Play 2.
which is insane.
Which is insane, right? I don't think that's happened that often in these big franchises. You know, they did churn out one a year. Friday 13th, Halloween's maybe not as consistently one a year. So it just yeah, it was 9 months later, and I think I mentioned on that podcast. My problem stems from that. It's like
Right.
they just rushed into it. There wasn't a good enough story or screenplay to really make me appreciate what was happening on the screen. It just felt like a little bit going through the numbers. And they had the central idea of Andy at a military school. He's older, and then Chucky finds his way there, allowing him to kill off people in different ways, and so on. I just didn't feel like there was enough thought put into that. Like, it just feels like, yeah, you can get that, and it does do that, but it doesn't quite work. What I watched it again.
Oh, you did?
I had to watch it again because I watched all of these movies again for this podcast.
Very interesting.
And and I still feel that way. I really do feel that way. Like, it really does feel rushed, and there's not enough.
Totally get it.
There's not enough going on for me to really satisfy me as a Child's Play fan. I feel like the sequels to come, really, there's a lot more thought and energy put into them, or just at least the concept is stronger than this one. But I do really appreciate in this movie the carnival stuff in it. I really feel like that's the strength of the movie.
So good.
I almost wish that was more of the movie, to be honest, because I really do feel like the stuff at the school gets kind of played out while doing it. Like, there's way too much stuff with the barber guy. Like, there's so much like this. He's too much of a character,
right?
What's it? Yeah, the Daphne Hellraiser, the killer
I'm blanking on his name, but
the killer from the original oh my God, Clint Eastwood movie, the Dirty Harry movie.
Right.
Yeah, so he just I don't know. It just feels like there's way too much because the movie doesn't have. It's not tight. It's far cry from the first movie, how tight it was.
It's actually longer, just a few minutes longer than
it's just a few minutes longer,
which I was surprised. Yeah, I didn't know that until I looked up the runtimes right now. Yeah.
Part 2 is like 84 minutes. It's just so brisk and fun.
Yeah.
And this one just feels longer. The carnival stuff, like, if it was like the first half was military school and the second half was carnival, that would be great. But it's really 2/3 military school and then like the last part of the movie, carnival. I think that would have been a better way to go, since they built that whole carnival and they really obviously put a lot of production value into it, movie production value instead of like real carnival feel. I enjoy it though. I enjoy that though, and as a sequel, as a silly sequel, like, it's totally fine, and I enjoy it for what it is. It's still Chucky, still the one-liners. It just didn't quite. It would have worked better had it not been a director that was more like doing like TV movies and just like maybe like more of a point of view. That's all I kind of maybe wanted. Yeah. And I think Don Mancini himself has said something similar, that he just didn't have enough time to really give them a strong script. And so it was really like almost like a first draft, and it does kind of feel like that. But I do appreciate it for what it is. It's still a Child's Play movie, and I still love Chucky, and I'm entertained by it. More so on the second that second viewing recent because it
that's good.
I dropped my I dropped like my expectations of it because I knew what I was gonna get, and it wasn't bad. But it's not my. It's ranks lower for me.
That's fair. I think all of those are fair things to say for sure. And I was gonna say, like, embarrassingly again, another thing I didn't notice until recently was that corrupt CEO that I mentioned in the VHS description. It's the same actor from part 2, and I didn't put that
Oh,
together.
really?
Yeah, it's Peter Haskell is the the head of the corporation bringing back the good guy dolls and play pals, I think that I had said, and it's I didn't notice that before, but that's that's something, right? That's some continuity, and for a rushed script, at least we got lines like "Don't fuck with the Chuck" and Chucky's gonna be a bro or whatever he says. Yeah. I mean, you get that kind of dialogue, right? So I don't know. I totally understand why people don't like this movie, why it's ranked so low on people's lists of Child's Play movies, but I just am a fan. I'm all for it.
There's a scene
I
in this
feel
movie.
like watching it again right now.
There's a scene in this movie where a kid throws himself on a grenade. Like,
yes.
Why?
We were going to talk about the deaths. Yeah, exactly. You've got someone jumping on
Why?
in a Child's Play movie.
That was so like maybe rethink that. I don't know. It seems so
no,
like
please
what?
Don't. Please don't. I love it. You got kid jumping on a grenade. You got death by garbage truck, which might be
okay.
So it's just ridiculous. Yeah, I don't know this movie.
So wait, what is your all right? So we'll get to the death stuff now since we're here. So which one is your favorite?
Oh gosh, yeah, it might be. I mean, the death by grenade is so melodramatic. The fact that Chucky threw a grenade at a group of kids that weren't like paying attention at the moment, like he'd already distracted them and they're fighting amongst themselves, and he lobs a grenade at them. And then another kid has to run and jump on it and sacrifice himself. It's like so dramatic, like it's something out of like Red Dawn or something like that. Like it blows my mind that it's in this silly Child's Play movie. This poor teenage kid. Gosh, but no, honestly, I think it's either the garbage truck or it's when he gives the guy a heart attack and says like, "What the fuck?" Like he's like upset that almost that the guy died before he could kill him. But you know what? Actually, that whole scene in the penthouse at the beginning, the office, is pretty good too. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little torn on this one. I don't feel like there's a standout as easy as the other ones that kind of popped to the top of my list. How about you? What do you think?
I to me, I guess the one that really sticks in my head is Chucky going into the fan. So maybe Chucky's killed.
Oh, right.
Chucky himself being killed.
Yeah, that's a good one. It's pretty bloody too.
Yeah. The more I think about it, like maybe the war stuff was to comment on like the Gulf War, which was happening at the time. So I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
So maybe it was commentary, but I feel like maybe a Child's Play 3 collector's edition. I'm actually surprised part 2 and 3 haven't had any collector's editions. Only part 1.
Well,
yeah,
right. So I was gonna say actually, and I don't I try not to do this too much because I feel like I talk about this too much. But there's some great imports, collector edition imports, very collectible, and they did them for the entire series actually from Germany. But part 1 was released by a different label than the other ones. But now the other one, the company that did the other ones is doing part 1 again too. So I don't own them all, but for reasons that we'll get into when we get to the other sequels and stuff. But like for these first 3, like I have some really cool editions that you would love, like the artwork, the packaging. The part 2 actually had the introduction on the Blu-ray by John Lafayette, and it's pretty recent, so it's probably not too long before he passed away, which is sad. But he mentioned in that that he's the one that came up with the name Chucky and stuff like that, and it's just that's why it was fresh on my mind probably. But like these are really nice editions that I will probably get to posting someday too, but. Or send to you or whatever, because I'd love to share them. But there's some cool stuff out there. But yeah, your point is right though. I mean, why aren't these out in the US, right? I mean,
there should be,
like these should have amazing releases. And I mean, we're getting to some of the other ones, but I mean, like I love part 3, sure, but Bride of Chucky is like super iconic. You would think that would have some kind of fancy Scream Factory release or something, right? So I don't know. Even maybe more than
knows?
2 and 3.
Maybe we'll will into existence with this podcast. We'll see.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, Child's Play 3. Again, like I mentioned, August 30th, 1991. Very odd. This is the only one released in summer.
It's
The only
so
one
weird that
released
they would
outside
rush
of
it.
outside of fall.
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense. I guess 1991, as I've learning with the 1991 podcast, it was a very busy release schedule year, and so maybe they thought, okay, putting it at the end of August was, so stick it there. Maybe it'll stand out, or stick it there maybe because we don't care as much. It can go either way. It made $14.9 million at the box office, so definitely a step down from the previous movies. Clearly, fatigue there setting in. $20 million worldwide, total $13 million budget. So it had the same budget as Part 2.
Interesting.
So there was no reason why it should have.
It doesn't feel like it.
It doesn't feel like it, yeah, but it did for some reason. So, oh well. The franchise cooled for a little bit. I think my only piece of trivia is that I would want to share is that Mancini wanted Peter Jackson to be the director of this movie, but
that would have been interesting. That era of Peter Jackson.
Yeah, that would have been kind of cool, actually.
Yeah, interesting.
Had that played out, but sadly it did not. They got Jack Bender, which is odd. Okay, guys, that was Child's Play 3. We'll be back right after this. Hope you enjoy.
Child's Play is quite a success story. What's the reason for that?
Are you serious? The reason? Suspense, drama, superb acting, and really, let's face it, you're looking at him.
It's rare that a villain emerges as a star from a film. To what do you attribute your ability to do this?
The fact that nearly everyone else in the cast is dead by the end of the film.
Your fans are both fascinated and frightened by the idea of a murderous doll. Why is that?
They're sick. Simple as that. But, don't get me wrong, I dig that. No. It's probably because every kid thought his dolls came to life when his mom turned the lights out.
There's a lot of action in Child's Play 2. Did your diminutive size create any special problems?
Look, man, I do my own stunts. Ask anybody. I like it rough.
Can't open it! How will we get out? I'll have to find another way. Give me your hand.
I hate kids.
Are you happy being the star of horror films, or do you want to try some other film genre at this point?
I'd like to do a romantic comedy. In fact, I know this little doll who would just be perfect as my co-star. Huh, sugar? I should have asked you this a long time ago. Tiffany, will you be my bride?
Oh, Chucky. Yes. Yes.
How do you get along with your human cast members?
I don't. They're all jealous of me.
I wouldn't describe Chucky as an intellectual. He's more of a man of action.
He's just out to maim, murder, and raise hell all together.
He's just pure nastiness in a small form. He's a flirt. Chucky's a flirt.
He's a swine and proud of it.
Did you always listen to your director, John LaFia, or did you have your own ideas?
I've never really been a good listener. I like to improvise.
Aren't you the crazy bitch I talked to last night on the phone?
Sometimes I hear things too.
Okay, lady. You know what?
You're next. I'm gonna be right back. Jesus, fucking cuckoo's nest.
Horror films have been a tradition in Hollywood since the beginning. Do you think the Child's Play films will live on and be appreciated for years to come?
Yes, I do. They'll be considered true classics like Frankenstein, Dracula. There will be Chucky retrospectives. I will always be loved.
And we're back. That was fun. All right, let's get into Bride of Chucky. Here's the TV spot.
10 years ago, the soul of a serial killer was trapped inside the body of a doll.
Well, hello, Dolly.
Now he's back. But this time, he's not alone.
You are so dead. It's showtime.
Bride of Chucky.
Life sure is full of surprises.
Rated R. Starts Friday, October 16th.
That was the TV spot. Here is back of the DVD of Bride of Chucky. I went with the DVD because I think I didn't have this on VHS. I think it was this is like a when this came out, knew it was a DVD for me. So here it is. For 10 years, the tortured soul of serial killer Charles Lee Ray has been imprisoned inside a child's doll. Chucky is reborn when his old flame, Tiffany, Jennifer Tilly, rescues his battered doll parts from a police impound. But Chucky wants his new playmate cut down to size, so he transforms his blushing bride into a stunning little terror. Chucky and Tiffany can't wait to start their own homicidal honeymoon. When this demonic duo hits the road and hooks up with a pair of unsuspecting newlyweds, they leave a trail of murder and mayhem behind them. Chucky's back. So yeah, that was fun to read. So this comes 7 years after Child's Play 3. Now we're into calling these movies Chucky movies. At this point, I guess you would call this a reboot or a soft reboot in a way, even though it's continuing basically the same storyline. It's dropping the Andy angle at this point. He's no longer chasing Andy. He is now Chucky and he needs a bride. I'm trying to think of like going back to 1998 when this came out, like what my expectations were. I think this is at the era, post-Scream era, when horror was in vogue again. And so I guess that's why Universal's like, okay, we need to resurrect a franchise. And Don Mancini had come up with this idea. He was planning to do a play on, of course, The Bride of Frankenstein. And it seemed like a good marriage at the time of what was happening with horror and where the Child's Play franchise should go. And so of course, it injects a different tone than the previous three movies. Although there is humor in the first three films, I would say the humor is darker. Here, it's a bit more front and center. And that's where it's going to divide fans of this franchise. I know that could be a problem, mixing horror and comedy. There haven't been a lot of successful horror and comedies. There's a handful that I like personally. I think there are definitely some good ones in the 90s. Mm-hmm. But overall, it's not like at the top of the subgenres, I would say, horror comedies. Of course, Peter Jackson was good with it, and several other filmmakers. What drew me in, of course, was the central idea of mixing Jennifer Tilly in the mix here with having a female doll, which hadn't been done in the series yet, and getting Chucky another voice for Chucky to kind of play off of against. And getting Jennifer Tilly's voice was totally an inspired idea, I think. because her voice is so recognizable, and it just worked against playing opposite Brad Dourif's kind of crazy manic voice. Something about the two voices and the characters that they build in this movie for me really work, and I was instantly like hooked. Having Jennifer Tilly herself in the movie for a good chunk of it until her character is killed off and then her soul put into the doll was a treat for me, because I've always loved her in film. Of course, here she is just not far off from her Oscar nomination for Bullets Over Broadway. She was recently in Bound, so she's coming off some really like heavy hitter roles, and here she is displaying her talents and her comedic talents on screen and her voice talents on screen for us. And I was really into it. I have to admit, I was kind of a little bit at odds with myself, because I'm like, I wasn't really ready to really enjoy a horror comedy, but I really did dig what Bride of Chucky was doing. At the time, I was a little annoyed by the visuals of the movie. Ronnie Yu's visuals. I had not seen The Bride with White Hair. I knew of it working at Kim's Video. Like, I knew that Ronnie Yu had made these movies, so I wasn't really like aware. Like, I wasn't sure what the aesthetic was until I actually watched those movies. And then when watching those movies, like, oh, okay, I could see why they hired him to do this movie, because they were really going for a certain look. And over the years, while, again, at the first initial viewing, not being a fan of how the movie looked, I've grown to appreciate it more because it is so over the top, and that constant look of a lightning storm is a lot, right? But given its silly over the top story and where it goes, it kind of works for this particular installment, and I've grown to appreciate it more. So yeah, it's a bold vision, I would say, between Ronnie Yu's visuals and Don Mancini's smart script, and the comedy stylings of Jennifer Tilly and Brad Dourif's voice. And then you have the younger actors are okay as central characters, but I think what the movie wisely does, I think another thing is I didn't really care for the young people in the movie. I thought they were kind of pretty bland. I think Katherine Heigl was the main girl, and I don't know who even the guy is, right?
Yeah.
Just an attractive, bland guy. But the movie is more about Chucky and Tiffany, and that's where it's central. That's where its heart really lies, and so they're really the stars. So I guess I don't care as much that the actors, the young actors, are just kind of whatever. So I've grown to get over that and just really appreciate it for what it's trying to do with standing up, say, the Bride of Frankenstein, but in a fun, loving way, and just really, I guess, milking comedy from something that could be, just something that to this point was more known for scares. And yeah, it works. It works for me, and I think the set pieces are good. I do like some of the kills. Some of them are pretty outlandish. Continuing the tradition of that series and where it goes from this point onward. And yeah, I'm a fan, and I love the fact that John Ritter's in this movie, and he plays his role pretty straight for the most part in a comedy. I think that was kind of wise. Yeah, I'm into this movie a lot. I think, to me, it's a high point of a series. I think it's up there with me for 1 and 2. I go back to this one a lot, I feel like, because I do, again, I think the comedy and horror aspect kind of meld well in this particular one. And so, yeah, I'm a fan. I'm afraid to ask what your thoughts are because I know horror comedy is not quite your thing. So,
Well, I mean, it's funny you say that because some horror comedies are like my favorite movies of all time, like
okay.
Jason Lives and Return of the Living Dead. Like those are like some of my absolute favorites. But for whatever reason, like when the humor doesn't land with me as much, like it really just kind of, I don't know, like I can turn on a movie pretty quick, I guess, if I'm not really feeling it.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have an issue with the humor in this one. Like I'm I do think it's pretty funny. Like there's some like funny bits and dialogue and situations in there for sure. So I'm not sure if that would be a complaint from me necessarily, but this is one of those movies that I would say I always feel like I'm kind of missing out on the fun. Like I wish I liked it a little bit more than I do. And that's not to say that I dislike it. I wouldn't say that at all. Like I have fun every time I see this, which is I've seen it a few times over the years for sure. And I enjoy it. It's not a chore or anything to get through. It's not like really one of my favorites necessarily. And I know it's very popular and iconic. And I know that for most people, even this is their favorite film in the series. At least a lot of people I know. And I get it. Like I do, like I can see that it's just not quite for me. And I do think the style might be part of that. It takes me out of it a little bit because I wasn't a fan of, kind of the look and feel of the movie is a little bit like late 90s obnoxious. I don't know. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the same director who did Freddy versus Jason, right? So,
oh my god, yeah, I forgot about that one.
Yeah, like I feel like it's very similar in that sense where like I don't hate it. I don't want to come off wrong, but like stylistically and tonally and stuff, like it's just like it's at a pace and it's on a level that like I'm not quite there. I don't know how to say it. So yeah, again, like I love Jennifer Tilly. I love that she kind of became like a horror icon out of this role, and I think Tiffany is great. But to me, this feels like after this movie, from this movie on, it's a different franchise to me. You can almost separate the Chucky movies and the Child's Play movies, and you've got those 3 Child's Play movies, and then you've got like this series of Chucky movies, and like it's solid. Don't get me wrong, but it's something different to me.
Yeah, no, it definitely goes in a different direction. Yeah,
and I do love like a lot of the like the supporting cast, like John Ritter for sure. In like a rare like kind of like jerk role.
Yeah,
and but like it's just I don't know, like it's just a little bit again, like the humor and stuff, it's not bad. Like I think there's a lot of really funny stuff in there, but it's just it feels like a little bit and I don't know if it's the right word for it, but it feels like it's a little bit like confused at times. I don't know. I'm not sure how to put it, but it's it doesn't always land with me. And again, like I like love movies like Return of the Living Dead and Jason Lives and stuff, and like I love the blend of humor and like horror franchise, a popular horror franchise in that sense. But it's just it's a different vibe. And I was into this era for sure, as far as like the wave of horror that came after Scream. Like it was I was a teenager at the time. It was kind of a good age to get caught up in all of these. But this was one that I never fully connected with. So yeah, I always feel like I'm missing out. I wish I could say differently, because I do think it's fun, and I do like a lot of characters and things that happen in there, and the whole idea of it and stuff. But whenever I watch it, I'm just a little bit, I wouldn't say like I'm bored or anything like that, but I'm just not like fully into it like I might be with other ones. It's just, I don't know. It's just different. But yeah, it's a good one though. Like I think that it still ranks pretty high in the series for me. It's just not one of my favorites, I guess, to put it that way.
I hear you. Yeah, this one for me though, what I think seals the deal is a lot of the interplay, like later in the movie, like when the movie I guess has a few sections, but as it gets later in the film, when it's full on Tiffany and Chucky and all the banter, I don't know, I just really think it's fucking hilarious. I'm not a big puppet person, like I don't like watch a lot of the puppet things, like kid puppet things. There have been puppet movies, and of course, more adulty kind of puppet things like the Team America and those other things. I find those things funny the first time, and after that, it wears off pretty quickly for me. For some reason, though, this movie, maybe it's because it's Brad Dourif bouncing off of Jennifer Tilly and vice versa. I don't know. I think it's so funny, and it's just so smart and funny. And just, I could listen to them really all day long. I just think they're so great.
Sure, I can see that. And there is a funny bit there, in particular, where the good guy couple, that's confusing. I'm sure, because of the good guy dolls. Sorry, what am I trying to say? The Katherine Heigl and her boyfriend are kind of trying to turn Tiffany and Chucky against each other by saying like, oh, she's not much of a housekeeper.
Oh, I love that stuff. Yeah.
that cracks me up for sure.
And that comes later in the movie when when a movie's kind of like on its like last gas and like it's puttering out, or this movie just like kind of like keeps going, and that the laughs keep coming at that point. I'm like, oh yeah, this is like it's on high octane for me at that point.
And I like that it's a road movie. I'm surprised like we didn't really think of this when we did our road movie episode, because it totally works.
It does, and there are some like fun set pieces at the I'm thinking of the motel stuff. It's some crazy deaths, which we can get into now. What's your favorite kill in the movie?
Gosh, that's tough with this one. I feel like, so I mean, maybe one of the things that kind of separates this and starts to feel like a different franchise to me is like it very much doesn't feel like it's set in the real world. Like it's like a heightened reality, I guess.
Oh yeah, it's definitely. I mean, you're a movie about dolls coming to life.
Yeah, but
falling in love.
No, for sure, exactly. Like it's like maybe the other one played that like silly concept like a little straighter, but like this one just fully embraced the wackiness of it, and it got like pretty like Looney Tunes with some of the kills and stuff. Like, I don't even remember how did John Ritter end up with like all those nails and stuff. I'm trying to remember now, but yeah, like deaths, there's a few that come to mind. I'm thinking of the breaking the glass in that honeymoon suite. But I don't know. I do get a kick out of their friend who thinks that they're the killers after he finds John Ritter's body, and then he walks in front of a truck, like
Mm-hmm.
there's like some stuff like that that's like that was kind of Final Destination-ish even. So I don't know. I'm struggling to really think of one that stood out to me though, like that I really loved. I know he kind of gosh, what does he do? Like he smothers Alexis Arquette's character with a pillow, basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can't think of any like great slasher kills off the top of my head. Maybe I'm forgetting. What was your favorite?
I mean, I wrote a few things. I did like the John Ritter getting the nails to the head thing. It is played as a humor, but I like that aesthetically too. But I think I wrote down also the friend exploding in the road because that was very surprising at the time. This one came out pre Final Destination, so this one beat it.
Oh right.
So it was at the time it was like totally surprising. You were not expecting
like a split second kill.
And also he was like the really nice gay friend and just like you were not like expecting it to go there, like
for sure.
So I think those two, but I did like the motel murder because it was a little more meaner spirited than some of the other ones in the movie with the double murder.
Yeah, those characters were ridiculous too, as was Alexis Arquette. I don't know. Like this is like a movie that I wouldn't want to live in this world. But
it's definitely a trashy. It's starting to get a little more trashy and campy, intentionally, of course, too.
Yeah, no, definitely, and it was a sign of the times. In a way, I feel like if the franchise hadn't evolved, it probably would have just died off, and we would have gotten 3 movies or 4 maybe, and that's it. So.
What do you think of the soundtrack? I'm curious.
That's a good question because I'm trying to remember it. It
starts off with a Rob Zombie song.
Yeah, I was about to say there was Rob Zombie. I remember, and I feel like he even got like a special mention in the opening credits. Like I feel like it said like opening theme by Rob Zombie. Or something.
Like it was something spectacular.
Exactly. Oh, gosh, I just pulled it up. Actually, I'm looking at it now, and I'm surprised I'm surprised it's not standing out in my head as much because I was a big fan of the soundtracks of a lot of these movies, these late 90s movies, and I would buy them on CD a lot. And I actually still would get a lot of those songs and make playlists and stuff like that now. But for whatever reason, I don't feel like this one really stood out to me. And it's probably, I feel like the music's probably similar to however Freddy versus Jason was too. And again, it's like, it might have just
like it had a music supervisor, like trying to pick whatever the hottest songs were, not like a filmmaker, like saying, okay, I want this and this and this. But it felt a little bit like, okay, we're just trying to make a soundtrack. And I'm not sure if I knew a lot of that music then. I didn't follow new music at the time. So for me, I was a little bit lost in the music because it wasn't quite my thing.
No, and I don't recognize a lot of these songs, even reading them now, or these bands. And I don't know. I guess the soundtrack, again, I think stylistically, like probably some of the tone, some of the music, some of the visuals, like I think all those things were kind of just not 100% like what I was looking for at that time,
Yeah.
Whereas like another franchise that got like a modern update at that time would have been like, Halloween H2O, right? And I don't, gosh, actually, I'm trying to remember. I think that ended with the Creed song, so maybe that's
all those movies, all those late 90s movies all had they all had new music had tacked on.
But I remember, but I mean, like tonally and visually and stuff. Like I was into that, and it had the Mr. Sandman, of course.
Yeah, I think the more we look at it, the more we think about it, like at the time, I think H2O was liked, but not fully appreciated. Now we know, all these years later that it was a much better film than
yeah, like there was definitely tears, like even in this era and stuff. And yeah, I guess again, it's just like this is like that would have been a little bit classier, I guess, for lack of a better term, and this is a little trashier. I mean, it's got like a doll sex scene. I mean, come on.
I know, it's amazing.
But yeah, like it's just different, and so maybe I'm just maybe I was already like an old man by that point, who knows, like in my soul, and was drawn a little bit more to that kind of stuff. But yeah, I do like it. I think that I would say that this was, well, gosh, I don't want to rank the whole series before.
Yeah, let's not get there yet.
But I would say
we'll do the ranking at the end.
Like after the original three, for sure.
So yeah, it was released by Universal on October 16th, 1998. Unlike the stupid releasing of Child's Play 3 on August 30th, they were smart to release in October for Halloween, as you should watch a Child's Play movie in the autumn and fall. It made $32 million in the US, $50 million worldwide. So the Child's Play series is definitely back on track, making money. It definitely had a bigger budget, but it recouped a lot of it, of course, and made a healthy profit on home video and so on. I saw it at the Art Greenwich Twin, along with The Opposite of Sex, which starred Christina Ricci and Lisa Kudrow. I remember liking that movie. It was an indie movie. So it was seeing two kind of love stories or movies that were about sex. It was on the same day. It was kind of fun. It opened at number 2. Practical Magic opened that week at number 1.
Interesting.
Sandra Bullock beat Chucky at the box office. He'll get his revenge one day. Beloved opened at number 4. Something called Free Riders opened at number 14, and David Arquette in The Alarmist opened at number 16.
Oh gosh, I don't remember most of those.
Also playing at the time, Ants with a Z, Rush Hour, What Dreams May Come, Night at the Roxbury, Ronin, Urban Legend, There's Something About Mary, The Saving Private Ryan, Small Soldiers, How Stellar Got a Groove Back, Love is the Devil, Happiness, Pecker, The Imposters, Next Stop Wonderland, Permanent Midnight, Clay Pigeons, and we can't forget D. Snyder's Strangeland. All playing playing along with Bride of Chucky in theaters. That
would have been a double feature.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Since you love the comedy so much of Bride of Chucky, let's move into Seed of Chucky. Here's the TV spot.
She's been nominated for an Oscar.
Jennifer, Miss Tilly.
And critically acclaimed.
It is true.
Now, Jennifer Tilly will take on the role of a lifetime.
We need a surrogate mother.
Come to Papa.
What the hell is going on in here?
She came on to me.
No wonder her career's in trouble.
Seed of Chucky.
I should have played Aaron Brockovich. Could have done it without the Wonder Bra.
Rated R. Friday at the...
Everyone's favorite killer doll returns, and he's bringing the entire family. This time around, Chucky, voiced again by Brad Dourif, and his homicidal honey, Tiffany, are brought back to life by their orphan offspring, Glenn. Then the horror goes Hollywood as Chucky unleashes his own brand of murderous mayhem. Featuring Academy Award nominee Jennifer Tilly as herself and the voice of Tiffany, and hip-hop star Redman. It's more gore, more gags, and much more Chucky doing his dirtiest deeds yet. So that is actually the Blu-ray description, because we are now in Blu-ray territory with this franchise.
Blu-ray.
Would we have been when this came out? That's
but
we're almost there. But that's what
I think I got it on DVD when it came out.
Right. This is 2004, right?
Yeah.
So no, it would have still been like maybe 4 years away, but I didn't find a DVD, so that's what I got. And of course, we're talking about Seed of Chucky, which was a pretty much direct sequel I would say, to Bride of Chucky. Even though there was a pretty big gap in between, it pretty much picks up right where that left off, in a lot of ways. And I feel like they do pair well together. This was, I want to say this was my first time actually seeing this movie, which I was surprised because I just assumed I'd seen it before. But maybe I'd seen clips, maybe I'd started watching it, maybe I saw some of it on TV. I honestly don't remember, but there was things I did remember, like the CGI sperm opening credits, which again is
sets a tone.
We've come a long way from that, like reassembling Chucky opening of Child's Play 2, by this point.
This is the ultimate reassembling of
yeah, like we had that like ominous opening scene, and now we've got this, and it's like it actually took me a second to kind of realize what was happening, like what I was watching. Like maybe I just wasn't paying close enough attention, and then I was like, Jesus Christ, like I had to laugh. But yeah, I don't know, this movie, it's interesting. I mean, you've got I do appreciate that this is Don Mancini like fully taking control of the franchise, like at this point, and making a movie that he feels like making. And we're pretty far removed from the original Child's Play at this point, so it's understandable that they'd want to go a different direction. And we didn't really get into it that much, but I like aesthetically, like I understand why they were doing that even in the last film, like trying to update it a little bit, because people who grew up with Child's Play would have been older by then, and maybe they wouldn't have found Chucky scary anymore. Maybe they had to change his look and give him his stitches and make him a little bit edgier and stuff. And he already was pretty edgy as far as his stuff he did and his humor and stuff. But yeah, so like I get that, like the franchise felt like it needed to keep evolving, maybe stay with the times now. And Bride of Chucky was a hit, like you mentioned. So I think they said, what can we do next? Let's, we want more of the same, but what can we do after that? What's the next logical step? So here we get Glenn, which is Chucky and Tiffany's child. I don't know whether to say son or daughter. Son, I guess. And then it kind of it becomes gender fluid from there, as Chucky himself says. And yeah, it's this movie is like it's a trip. It's got like John Waters in there, and who I feel like probably should have been mentioned if Redman's gonna get mentioned, on that description. And it's got some pretty crazy, interesting stuff, and weird themes, like about like them kind of overcoming their like killing addiction and trying to be like change their ways, Tiffany and Chucky, and Glenn like having nightmares and wetting himself, and like a lot throughout the movie, and just there's like so much crazy stuff going on. And then like the ultimate like meta horror moment of like all time is just introducing like Jennifer Tilly into this franchise,
right, as herself, right? Yeah.
Exactly, like that. I mean, like Jennifer Tilly, not Tiffany, like absolutely, like as herself, like as part of this franchise, and as an actress who exists in this world and is upset that she's not getting the roles she wants, and is actually making a Child's Play movie based on Tiffany and Chucky's killing spree from Bride, and she wants to play the Virgin Mary in a movie that Redman is making, and like like you can't like I don't know where I feel like Don Mancini probably had a great time like coming up with this stuff. Like I just can't imagine, but you know, like I totally again like I get the appeal. Like I feel like this has a lot of camp appeal, maybe even more than Bride.
Yeah, because we're
like,
full on now in that world.
yeah, like I feel like that was still trying to be kind of, I don't know, like Rob Zombie music, edgy, whatever that is, and like rock and roll or whatever a little bit. And this is just kind of like full on colorful comedy, like really just, I don't know. I can't even think of what to compare it to. It's just its own animal.
Exactly.
And, like I'm glad I saw it because I didn't even realize I had this blind spot, and maybe I just it's possible I might have just decided that oh, these new ones aren't really for me. I don't really need to bother getting around to this at that point. And I don't think I was watching a lot of new horror by 2004 anyways. I was probably already getting pretty picky. And that probably contributed to it. But I'm glad I kind of am getting a chance to see it in this context and watching it with the rest of the series, because it does really stand out as something unique for sure, and I appreciate that. I don't know if it again, like it's just like this kind of humor and stuff doesn't always connect with me. I don't know why, like we can't really choose what we love and don't love. It just is natural, and there's stuff that there's a lot of comedies and stuff that I love and I'm like all for, but like my favorite comedy is like The Burbs, you know what I mean? Like that's my kind of movie, and like this kind of humor maybe not so much. So I don't know. There's a lot to like in it. It's very charming in its own way and absurd. But it's just, again, it's like maybe, and I'm trying to think, like I don't think there was anything like really mean spirited or anything like that in there. Not that I could think of. Like everything was kind of done with like a like a tongue in cheek or not even that, but just in a funny way. But yeah, like it's gosh, it's again, like it's just especially watching it so close to the original and stuff, kind of rewatching these all together. Like it's just not like what I'm really looking for. Yeah, and I don't mind like entries being like drastically different in a franchise. Like I look at like I guess I mentioned it before, like I'll look at like Friday the 13th and say like I love like the first two for like suspense, and like I think they're like genuinely scary in parts, and then I think like part 6 is like super entertaining and silly, and I love it. It's like I'm all for like getting different things out of different movies in a franchise. So I like that Child's Play has those options. Just unfortunately, they're just not. They don't quite connect with me. At least not now. Maybe I'll warm to them more with time. But as seeing this for the first time now, I was more like kind of just
it's a lot to take in. Yeah, the first time. Yeah.
Like I was like literally like my mouth was probably like just open the whole time. like what am I watching? Like I hope no one catches me watching this movie. like it's just they just fully go there, for lack of a better term. So I don't know. I don't want to sound like I hated it or anything, because I wouldn't say that. I just maybe it's just not quite for me. I'm a boring prude or something. I don't know. But I'm curious to hear your thoughts because I don't remember if I've heard you talk about this before. What do you think about?
Yeah, because those 2000s movies. You know, I'm not a 2000s movies
yeah,
guy.
yeah, no,
You know, I
exactly.
don't talk about 2000s movies in this podcast. Go away. So yeah, I was 6 years later. I was wondering first. I guess I was wondering why it took so long to get to this
That's
movie.
a great question. I was thinking the same thing. Yeah,
because 6 years since Bride of Chucky did so well, it was
Yeah.
it was well regarded. I think
you would think
it was
they'd
better
jump on
reviewed
that.
than some of the other movies. I think what I've learned is that from what I've heard, that Universal did not like the script that Don Mancini had written, and so they passed on it. And since they owned they owned Chucky at this point, like what do you do, right? You can't do anything about it. And they eventually, I guess, when Universal started having an independent line, Focus Features bought the script.
Oh, okay.
So they're a branch of Universal, so that they had access to Chucky, so they were allowed to get it. And but then Focus Features at the time was known for doing classy movies, right? Classy art house movies. So they actually created a line called Rogue for this movie.
That's where the Rogue movies came from. I had no idea.
It was much like Disney created Touchstone so they could do adult-oriented movies. Focus created Rogue so they could seem classy, you know, so they could still be classy and then also release Chucky.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny to me. I had no idea that this was the movie that got us that line.
But to me, like watching this movie, it is kind of like a crazy art house movie because it's like a foreign movie. It's so crazy. It throws all these crazy ideas at you, and not all of them stick, obviously. But it's kind of it's really out there. Much like Friday 13 Part 5 is out there in the series. One kind of sticks out. I feel like this one kind of sticks out because of that too. How it's just they're just bonkers number fives. That's a good
way to put it.
That's really all I could. You know, that's the best way I could put it because they're both bonkers. I don't know what else to say. It's bonkers from beginning to end. Whether I love that or not is a different story because I do appreciate what it does. It's not my favorite go-to of the series. It's not up there with, like I said, 1 and 2 and 4. But I when I watch it, I'm like, yeah, it really is crazy. It's a nutty movie that goes to these crazy little places. But it also it manages to also be prescient and ahead of its time, with having a character who's gender fluid and which really wasn't a thing discussed a lot in movies in the back then, or even so it was like, okay, this movie is definitely going to different places than people were ready to go in the 2000s. So I can kind of understand why the movie wasn't responded to well at the time, but I think it's aged better. I think it's just but if you go in knowing you to get like a lot of crazy things, you might enjoy it. It does feel more like a midnight movie, or like a crazy art house, foreign art house movie to me. There's the movie within the movie aspect, which to me doesn't always work when watching these kinds of movies, like having the movie within the movie. I like the movie within the movie. I like the filming when they actually shoot like the Chucky movie inside of it. I think it's kind of fun, that scene. Some of the Hollywood stuff is not, I don't buy it really, because I think this movie was shot in Romania to save money.
Right. Yeah.
It kind of feels because of that, it feels a bit off. It doesn't feel like actually Hollywood. It doesn't. I mean, they're faking Hollywood, obviously, in this movie. So I think maybe because of that factor, maybe that's also why I feel like it's an art house movie or a foreign movie, because it actually is foreign
It's like a Romanian.
It's made by a Romanian crew, and that does affect, as people. Yeah, you might not think that it does, though. I think certain kind of aesthetics and points of view just kind of just work their way in, and you kind of feel it. I think that this one feels different from the other movies, and then we're gonna get into Canada soon when Chucky. So that's gonna also take on a different tone. But I kind of, having said all that, I kind of like and appreciate that it has a weird tone to it, because it does mesh with that, what it's trying to say and the places it goes. So I like that. I do like that. It's just it's maybe again the movie that I'm gonna go back to a lot. I've only seen it a couple of times since it came out, and but I rewatched it twice for this podcast because I was kind of like, how do I feel about this movie? I don't know. I don't it's like I like it and appreciate it. I just don't love it, and I went back again just to make sure. And that's kind of how I felt again. But I just like that we're reaching for these crazy comic goals, not always winning, not always getting them, but just that I appreciate the attempts. That's kind of where I'm at with this movie. I do appreciate the attempts made here. It maybe needed a tighter structure or pace, or maybe just needed to not be filmed in Romania to make it feel like a movie about Hollywood, which it's trying to do, because of the cheapness of it shines through a little bit. I don't know. It's also maybe a little too much Redman. He's not the strongest of actors, and so his scenes playing off of Jennifer Tilly, I just kind of like, this is kind of a waste, because Jennifer Tilly's so fun and funny, and her playing off of another funny person just would be like dynamite here. But he's kind of a little bit green.
I don't know if he did any other acting.
I also didn't buy into him as a director, so that was a little bit odd. But I think maybe at the time that's their commentary on these people who are famous are just trying to I'm a director now, and and that's what I'm doing.
I'm sure it was intentional.
It was intentional satire.
He was thinking there.
Yeah, there's a lot of satire, but I think it would have been fun if they actually had a real filmmaker there.
They could have,
and maybe an interesting personality, but I'm sure they were limited in what they could do at the time. And I just kind of wish it had another person to play off of, but she had another person to play off of. But I do appreciate the Chucky and Tiffany angle. It's played for all it's worth in these two movies. And then, of course, the series is going to go in a little bit of a different direction. The next one, I like that it had a Pino Donaggio score. So the first time,
surprised when I saw that.
I guess because they're shooting they had access to European composers, so they got Pino Donaggio. Because I know Don Mancini is a huge fan of Pino Donaggio and Brian De Palma, so. You could certainly sense that in the couple of movies that come up, but so I like the movie. I just I also like that John Waters shows up and he's playing this sleazy kind of I guess paparazzi.
It's funny because I've heard my exposure to John Waters is limited, but I've heard you talk about his movies before, and this in my mind this is how I feel like those movies would be, kind of if it was a Child's Play movie. So it's kind of cool that he's in this world, right? So
yeah, imagine John Waters in the Red Man role. That'd be fun too.
Oh yeah, actually that's a pretty
he's a director
idea. I mean, they could rewrite it a little bit to make that work better, for sure.
Yeah, it would have been weird seeing her and John Waters get it on, but okay.
Yeah, exactly. Him coming on to her and stuff. I don't know. But yeah, I think that I appreciate this movie more than like I necessarily enjoy it, if that makes sense. And I mean that, like, I really appreciate it. And the reason I think I feel that way, that as far as, you know, appreciating what it's doing so much, is because I like Don Mancini. Like I like what he's about, and I feel like there was, this movie was definitely ahead of its time.
Yeah.
Even in 2004, and I feel like this was kind of him really getting to put this part of his voice out there, right? And kind of have this, like, you know, something that's just so out of left field, and as far as, like, you know, gender and sexuality and all that stuff in this world of dolls. And you know what cracked me up this time watching these, because I watched them out of order. I should have mentioned that before, but I didn't go in order. I was kind of all over the place depending on run times and, you know, how late it was and what I was in the mood for.
Right.
And I kind of got a kick out of them, you know, commenting that Glenn didn't have any, you know, genitalia when he wet himself and they were going to change him. But there's that whole scene at the factory where we see all those good guy dolls and they don't have any genitalia either, of course. So I don't know, that was kind of cracking me up going back, and I was like, hey, wait a second. You know, so I mean, obviously, like, no one's gonna worry about that, like, as far as like continuity in this universe at this point, you know, like, no one should be worrying about it. But it is funny that, like, that was like an issue, and then, like, I went back, I was like, oh, like, what is Chucky talking about? You know, come on. Who knows? Maybe something changed since then. But yeah, so I don't know. This like this movie, my thoughts are a little bit all over the place.
Yeah,
well.
it's an all over the place kind of movie, but maybe that's its charm at the same time.
Yeah, I think so. And it's I'm glad I got to, you know, check it off my list. I hadn't realized that I hadn't seen it, so there's stuff to like for sure. And you know, I'm glad that it has its fans. I am.
All right, so it like I said, I mentioned Rogue Pictures through Universal released the movie November 12th, 2004. So returning back to the November slot, this would end up being the last film to date that was in theaters, a Child's Play movie in theaters. It made $17 million at the US box office, with $24 million worldwide. The budget, though, was considerably lower than Bride of Chucky. It was clocking at $12 million. So it is relatively small budget for a Child's Play movie in the 2000s, when movies were a little ballooning in terms of their budget. But you do sense that it's a bit cheaper. You know, at this point, movies were filming in places like Romania to save money, and I think they still do that, but to this day. But that was definitely a thing going on in the 2000s. It opened at number 6 at the box office that weekend. After the Sunset opened at number 3. The Bridget Jones sequel opened up at number 2. Number 4 rather. And then Finding Neverland 26. Kinsey opened at 28. Also playing The Incredibles, Polar Express, Ray, Saw, Shall We Dance, The Grudge, Alfie, Shark Tale, Sideways, Friday Night Lights, Ladder 49, Motorcycle Diaries, Team America World Police, funny enough, I Heart Huckabees, Surviving Christmas, Birth, Being Julia, The Forgotten, much like a lot of these movies are forgotten, Napoleon Dynamite, Vera Drake, Spider-Man 2, Born Supremacy, Cellular, Garden State, The Machinist, Undertow, and Malevolence were all playing at the time. Moving on into our next installment, here is the Blu-ray spot.
Who's it from? It doesn't say. I can do it. Chucky's my friend till the end. Hey, wanna play?
It's time to play.
Okay, that's the Blu-ray spot for Curse of Chucky. He's back. From the filmmaker that brought you Chucky comes a terrifying return, the pint-sized doll possessed by the spirit of notorious serial killer. When a mysterious package arrives at the house of Nika, played by Fiona Dourif, True Blood, she doesn't give it much thought. However, after her mother's mysterious death, Nika begins to suspect the talking red-headed doll her visiting niece has been playing with may be the key to the ensuing bloodshed and chaos. The return of America's favorite toy, voiced again by Brad Dourif, is unrated and full of more blood-splattering thrills and chills. Okay. A little tongue-tied in that one, sorry.
It's getting late, don't worry.
It is getting like Curse of Chucky, where we're in the last two films. Now, again, it was released direct to video for the first time in the series. We're getting direct to video Chucky movies. I think it premiered on Netflix the same day. I remember something about that. It's been a while though, or maybe that was the next one. I remember like it was like direct to video and somewhere streaming at the time. So it's going in a different direction. The next two movies, in the sense that they're making them very low budget, but tonally different. This is an attempt to move away from the comedy of Seed of Chucky and, of course, Bride of Chucky, and try to make something a bit more moody and dark. And I think that's kind of how the movie was sold, and that's exactly kind of what you get with this one. I know the inspiration was to do like a gothic kind of thing, like maybe like a Southern Gothic or an old dark house kind of story. And you sense that this one with the feel of it, the monochromatic look of it, the shadowiness of it. I kind of appreciated that right off the bat. It felt like a bit different in tone and feeling from the previous movies. It was trying to set itself apart a bit. And I kind of like where that was going. I was introducing new characters to the fold, and of course bringing Chucky into this world. I think from now on, like in the series, we're going to notice this this trend of like Chucky kind of being dropped in the middle of like some kind of circumstance of some kind, and here it's within a family, and secrets are exposed in great gothic. The great gothic tradition of family secrets, and like
right.
And then of course setting off a string of murders, and you know, Chucky himself has his own agenda. I kind of like that about it. It was kind of it has very unlike Seed of Chucky, where it was kind of going for the stars and all this craziness. Here, this one is a bit more toned down, more focused on what it was trying to do, and I appreciated that because I kind of got into the story. I remember when I first came out, I'm like, okay, I like the tone, the feeling, and that it was kind of trying to be more dark and creepy again. And I liked it, but I was kind of like a little bit like, oh, how does this really fit into the series for me? I liked what I saw, but I was a little bit like kind of hesitant because it felt so like a little bit of a departure again from the last two movies. But now watching it more, like I've watched it twice since then, I'm like, okay, this actually is a good like horror movie. Taking Chucky, like putting like say Chucky wasn't the character, it was another thing, another killer or another whatever. I think it would still be a kind of an interesting movie. I think the doll element though really kind of gives it another dimension and makes it fun, of course, because Chucky is such a fun character. So dropping him into this kind of gothic story was kind of a nice way to go, I felt, and just kind of reminded me of like a good random rental at the video store, in the 80s, watching like some like weird little gothic horror movie, like say Sister, or something
Oh,
like
Sister. Yeah.
something like that. Just watching this movie about a family and then having some horror element inside of it, and how that kind of plays itself out. And of course, it's a Child's Play movie, so there's going to be a series of kills and outlandish death scenes. I like the introduction of Fiona Dorff's character to the series. She becomes the lead of this in the next movie. I like her. I think she has a charm about her. She definitely has some of her father's weirdness, which I like. And I think that's definitely played up more in the next movie, and used to good effect by the end of the next movie. So I just really like where these kind of movies go, and they kind of the tone that this one has in particular, because it just kind of worked for me. And it was like, it wasn't trying to be a lot of things. It was just trying to be kind of spooky. And even though it's like number 6 in the series, and a lot of franchises don't often return to their spooky origins, they kind of like say like parts, like for comparison, this part 6 to like Freddy's Dead, which is full on camp and comedy, is just there's a big difference. This one was trying to go for, they were trying to maybe not, I want to say course correct, because I think they were intentionally going for what they did in part 5, but kind of for the fans, kind of take it a little bit down, a notch, and make it a little more focused and creepy. And I like it. I like it. I don't think I like everything about it, but because I think there's some thing a little bit missing with maybe some of the actors. I feel like I wanted to bond a little more with other people besides Fiona's character, but I felt like she was the only one in the movie that really kind of shines outside of performance wise. But I did like the characters. I just wanted maybe a little bit more outside of that. But other than that, I don't really have a lot of negative things to say. I think it's kind of a solid thriller, and of course inside of with the Chucky element thrown in, I just kind of like that about it. So
sure. No, I think that's all very fair, and maybe the franchise is just trying to read the room every time they're picking up and deciding to make another Child's Play movie, because there's these huge gaps in between at this point, and maybe at that point they thought we have to do something a little bit darker. This is what audiences are gonna want. They're gonna want something a little bit like a return to form in a way. And I think that more movies, especially horror movies, should take the approach of kind of like this minimalist approach that's taken here, almost like almost something you would see from Hitchcock in like Rope or Rear Window or something, where you don't really need more than like one setting even, and like this like small group of characters, and there's so much you can do with that. And I think that's wise. Like, I think they were smart. That's a great way to save on the budget and use that for other things or whatever. Unfortunately, I feel like there's things that could have been used towards here where, unfortunately, because of the era this movie was made in, we get things like CGI blood and just like some kind of wonky looking doll effects that, in hindsight, I'm trying to decide if they made his face look weird because he was wearing prosthetics kind of to cover his stitches, because there was something about his design, the Chucky's design in this movie, that bothered me. How he looked, something was off, and I'm trying to think now if maybe that's because it's revealed later that he had basically covered up those
I guess what it was. Yeah, he had like something like mortician's wax or something covering.
Yeah, exactly.
Covering
So
the stitches.
maybe it's intentional, but his face just looked kind of weird to me, and not always, but just certain expressions and stuff. Like I could take a screenshot and send it to you and be like, "What is this?" Like, you know, like. So I don't know. Like this was a movie that I did get excited about. I remember my brother was actually excited about it, and that got me excited about it. And then we had a mutual friend who's really into horror that I was excited about. So this was like kind of a big deal to us. I remember, you know, back in 2013, like it's something we were talking about for sure. And it came out, and they both loved it. They were both like really into it, and I was like a little bit like of the wet blanket, I guess, because I liked it. Like I thought it was pretty solid, but I didn't love it. And I will say that my biggest problem might have been like the thing that just really rubbed me the wrong way, and kind of had me rolling my eyes, was the backstory for Charles Lee Ray. And I don't know what it is with me. You mentioned Freddy's Dead. That's a great example, but whenever we get like these backstories for like these established like horror icons, they just like I never like them. I don't think there's ever been a time where I'm like into it. Like I just can't think of any examples. Like I just don't like seeing them in flashbacks. I don't like seeing them you know, before they became these characters again, and like you know, humanizing them more or explaining things more, or finding out that, you know, Chucky like had a pregnant woman tied up and was bringing her flowers. Like that's just like it's a different level of like weird to me than like how I thought of that killer, you know. So I don't know, it's just I think that was the thing that like really turned me off, and it was just like one little thing that I let be like a big thing in my mind to be like, you know, like this isn't my Chucky or whatever, right? And I watching it again now, because I probably hadn't seen it again since then. I think I found more to admire, as far as like little touches and things that were done. But and another thing that I wasn't fond of, I should say, and this is something that might be controversial because I feel like a lot of people probably loved it. I wasn't crazy about like the heavy fan service ending of like, well, here's Tiffany and now here's Andy, like in like 5 minutes, you know what I mean? And like, especially because I wasn't like, I was hoping for like to just ignore like the last two movies in my mind at that point, you know what I mean? Like I was like, let's just like, from what I understand, this is just Chucky again, like in the, you know, original first few movies. And I thought like that's what we were getting. And then once like it was like Tiffany, and I remember, actually I should mention this, I was confused as to why she was Jennifer Tilly again. Because I didn't, and now I forgot to mention that because I hadn't seen Seed of Chucky, but I thought I had. I had no idea why she was her again, and I thought that was just like they just decided to do that, like whatever, you know, like that's her. And I'm like, okay, you know, like I just rolled with it or whatever, but I was confused about it. I should totally mention that because that was something that I embarrassingly just figured out like this week, you know. So yeah, I don't know. Again, like there was stuff I liked about it. I liked that approach. I liked the idea again of just kind of bringing it back down to something super simple that you can do with a low budget in this one setting, and with a small cast of mostly unknown actors, you know, some familiar faces, but mostly unknown actors. But yeah, so I feel like more movies should do that. I feel like if they want, like, why not just like, why not make a Halloween movie like that or whatever? Why not make a Friday the 13th movie like that? You know, whatever, you know, you can do something like that. You really can. You don't have to, you know, put hundreds of millions of dollars into these things to make them good. And I think with a few tweaks, this could have been something like that I was higher on, that I really love. But but yeah, like it's not far off, I guess is what I'm trying to say, but it still just misses the mark. I think there's just some things that kind of cheapen it for me, and don't like maybe rub me the wrong way a little bit. But it's fun. Like I like the twists with like the little stuff, like touches like the you think that the nanny is having an affair or flirting with the dad, and then it's like no, she's like with the mom, like
Yeah,
a little
that was
like
a good twist.
yeah, like that's like that's fun. Like I appreciate stuff like that, like subverting expectations, right? So and I will say, like, Fiona Dorff is like really inspired casting. Like I like that a lot, and I don't even know if I was aware of her before, because I never watched when you were reading that description, you said she was in True Blood, which I never saw. I think I saw like the pilot maybe or something.
I don't remember her at all before this movie. I probably watched True Blood, but I don't remember. I just don't remember her as an actress before this movie.
Yeah, I don't either. Like I really don't, and I like her a lot. Like I think she has like a nice look. Like she's it's weird because it's like, I don't know if this has ever happened to you in your life. Like if you like if there's like if you have a friend who has like a sister, right? And like she's beautiful, but she looks too much like your friend, like something just like if like it's something weird that I can't put my finger on. It's like she's attractive, but she looks so much like her dad that it's like something like it's weird about it. But I like that. Like I think she's like super interesting, and I like that. I like the character too. I like the idea of having a wheelchair bound like final girl having to fight this killer doll in this like creepy house and that house is like a character itself, honestly. It's like who would live there, right?
Yeah.
In 2013 or whatever. But I don't know, this movie, it's just it there's a lot of stuff that kind of cracked me up about it, and I think that its heart is in the right place. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's definitely, to me, yeah, it is heart in the right place kind of movie, working on a limited budget, making the most out of that budget. I didn't mind so much the flashbacks. I mean, I didn't bother. They bothered me more like like a Halloween Kills in this one, because you get to see Brad Dourif with a wig.
Yeah, but it's kind of like remember what was the one we just mentioned before where it was shown Is Freddy's Dead, right? Where it shows him being a dad and doing all the, like a family man stuff like it's kind of like that, where it's just like you're demystifying the character.
It's okay. And I get that, but I feel like in this movie, because you get it's really an excuse to get Brad Dourif in the movie,
right?
Which is like, oh yeah, I haven't seen him since the first movie. I want to see him again. And he's, obviously his physical presence is dead, so it was fun just to see like Brad Dourif again show up in a Child's Play movie, and
I can see that, and I totally get that, and he's aged really well. I mean, you can pull it off with like just a little bit of makeup and stuff like that, or CGI de-aging or whatever they do now. But like he's not like he's someone you can do that with for sure and go back to him. It's just I never liked it. I don't know why, and I know that was a complaint that like I was the only one who felt that way, of course, like out of our group, that had a problem with that. And I remember going back to Hellraiser too. Like I didn't really like getting the backstory for Pinhead. Like I've just always been like that. I don't know what it is. Candyman too, I felt the same way. And I need to watch that again because I've been meaning to. But I can just think of a lot of examples where I just wanted to know less. I don't know why. Like it's just something like a personal.
I get it. I totally get it.
Yeah.
I think also what I love about Curse of Chucky is it's diving into like the like I said, the old dark house subgenre or gothic subgenre,
yes,
but also
that's really well said.
But also like the woman the 60s woman in peril movies like Lady in a Cage,
Wait
Until Dark. I feel like those movies were a big inspiration for movies like that. Were a big inspiration for Don Mancini while making or writing the script. It kind of shines through, especially having like say Lady in the Cage, for example, which I think is coming out on Blu-ray from Screen Factory.
You're right. Yeah.
Like so much elevator action in this movie. It was probably a direct reference to that movie, which kind of works for me. I think the big heart of this movie to me is like Chucky versus Fyodorov, and why the movie works so well. And I just kind of appreciate that about it. And then, of course,
you're right.
She comes more into her own as a character in the next movie, which we'll get to really soon. Let's talk about. I don't think we mentioned kills for Seed of Chucky. Let's go back a little bit. Do you remember Seed of Chucky? What your favorite kill was for that one before we get to Curse of Chucky?
Oh gosh, I'm trying to remember. I'm
backtracking just a little bit.
I remember the like Red Man getting gutted, and I remember John Waters gets acid on his face. So I feel like and the like personal assistant or agent or whatever that girl is like gets set on fire. But I feel like I'm missing someone. How did they kill the special effects guy? I feel like that was a good one.
That was what I wrote down. Tony Gardner, he gets like decapitation, and it gets like his head's like flying in the air, which is kind of fun.
Right. Because I that's right. Because Jennifer Tilly picks up his head and thinks it's a prop at first, right? That's okay. So that's probably my pick. I just can't. I'm having trouble remembering exactly how that went.
Yeah, I guess what it was for me. And then I like the John Waters one. It's it's aided by some CGI as well as
definitely
some of the other kills. But I like the idea of that. Getting into Curse of Chucky, what was your favorite kill from that one?
That's tough. I'm trying to remember again if there was any that really stood out. There was the most suspenseful was trying to figure out who ate the poison chili, right?
Yeah. That was kind of a funny sequence.
Yeah, it was funny because my wife like got to just catch like that scene with me, basically. Like she got to see like 20 minutes of it or something. I don't remember, but I remember like I'd seen it before, so I wasn't telling her, but I kept being like, who do you think got the chili? And it was fun watching her try to figure that out and watching it. And she guessed it right, like before it was revealed. But that's a fun moment. But I don't know if that's something that I would say is like the best, kill. I feel like some of the kills were hurt by the CGI, like, man, that's probably just a budget thing. Like I feel like the nanny that was electrocuted, like watching that again, I just feel like it didn't look good. Something about it just didn't quite gel with me. As like someone who is a fan of like practical gore effects and stuff like that. Gosh, I'm trying to remember. I think the sister gets stabbed in the eye or gets her eye like
she gets stabbed in the eye. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And then
pops
falls
out,
down
right?
the stairs. And I can't remember how the dad is killed in that one.
There's an axe. Yeah.
I just remembered. Speaking of nice touches, I did like the part where she blocks Chucky's blade with her leg, basically.
Yeah, that's
where
awesome.
he stabs her in the leg, and like
that's pretty badass.
Yeah, that was really cool. That like it didn't, she didn't feel it, obviously. So I guess because I'm not really thinking of anything I really liked, I'll just stick to the chili because it was fun trying to figure that out.
The old chili, that was a fun scene, and suspenseful. I think the husband Ian, I think he gets like his jaw. The axe goes down into his jaw, and his jaw is cut off. I think that was pretty fucking gruesome.
That's right. Like it's like you could see that whole part of his mouth.
That was all practical.
I totally forgot. Yeah, that's right. That was a good effect. Yeah,
that was a practical effect. So that was good. All right,
with you on that. Yeah.
All right. So this was released. Let's see, September 24th, 2013. An autumn release by
Nice.
Universal 1440 Entertainment. So they're kind of a direct-to-video division on a $5 million budget. So
Oh,
small
5
budget,
million.
only $5
Yeah,
million
by
dollars. Yeah,
5 million in 2013, that's nothing. I
and
mean,
of
that's like,
course,
yeah.
yeah, filmed in Canada and Manitoba at a small, on a small budget. So, but I do like the atmosphere that it creates in that small budget. So, we're going to Canada again with our next one. Here is the Blu-ray spot.
Hi, I'm Chucky. Wanna play?
Chucky told me. He's coming for you.
Cult of Chucky on Blu-ray and digital October 3rd.
Confined to an asylum for the criminally insane for the past 4 years, Nika is wrongly convinced that she, not Chucky, murdered her entire family. But when her psychiatrist introduces a new group therapy tool, a good guy doll, a string of grisly deaths plague the asylum, and Nika starts to wonder if maybe she isn't crazy after all. Andy, Chucky's now grown-up nemesis from the original Child's Play, races to Nika's aid. But to save her, he'll have to get past Tiffany, Chucky's long-ago bride, who will do anything, no matter how deadly or depraved, to help her beloved devil doll. So that is the Blu-ray description for Cult of Chucky. And I will say, I probably went into this one with lower expectations than I did Curse of Chucky. Just thinking, I'll probably just think it's okay, like I did that one, and it's all right. We're getting another Chucky movie. It's more Fiona Dorff. It'll be fun. And for whatever reason, this one really rubbed me the wrong way. At the time it was released, like I don't know what it was. Like something about. I feel like it was like, especially towards the end. The way certain things were like wrapped up, or certain characters, I don't know, were written off or killed or whatever. Like things just kind of ended on a note that I didn't enjoy. And for whatever reason, like I remember just being really down on this, like really hating it.
Wow.
And it doesn't deserve that. It definitely doesn't deserve that kind of harsh response, because watching it again now, like it might still be, in that lower end of the franchise for me. And I don't know why that is. Like maybe I feel like some of it feels a little mean-spirited. Some of it just feels a little bit I don't know, just not fully realized. I think they were smart to kind of go back to using one isolated location again, and like a small group of characters to focus on. And it was a very logical follow-up, to the last one, that this is where, Nika would be at this point. But yeah, like, I don't know. I still just couldn't really get into it. And I do think it's interesting, actually, talking about these movies now, that they all kind of pair together. Like 1 and 2 go together really well, and Bride and Seed kind of go together, and then this and Cult go together, and of course 3's like the stepchild, like kind of left out. That doesn't really quite fit anywhere. But I like that. Like I like that we kind of get these mini franchises within the franchise almost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I like that we got this later chapter here. But I didn't like where it ended things. I didn't really understand like I don't think for all his preparation and stuff, Andy's plan was very good.
No.
That was like, it was almost like Laurie Strode, Halloween 2018 again. Just I don't know. There was just stuff about it that it like it just and some of the dialogue, some of just the character choices and stuff. Like I just felt like this just felt like a lesser movie to me. Like this felt like they were just making direct to video movies now. You know what I mean? Like we're just like Chucky's just a direct to video thing now. Where the last one, I feel like they at least maybe tried to kind of keep it a little bit higher quality. So yeah, I don't know. There's things I like about it. There's some fun characters, of course, because you have like a mental asylum, for lack of a better term. And Nika is good again as the main protagonist. We get a lot more Andy this time. But we also get a lot of like we get Tiffany again, but then it's like, okay, like her character's thing is just to show up and like cut someone's throat from behind. Like I don't, like I feel like so much of that stuff is just feels like a little lazy. I don't know, and I'm definitely not trying to say that, like, because I know there's talented people again involved here, and I'm not trying to criticize Don Mancini, but I feel like that's kind of making your character, you're like cutting your character, you're like shortchanging them. I think that's what the word I'm looking for, by like giving them like kind of one note, you know what I mean? Like that's their thing and that's what they do or whatever. It's like the not to keep talking about Halloween Kills, but it's like having what's her name, Laurie's daughter, whose name I can't remember in the movie, say gotcha again. You know what I mean? It's like you just like, you don't have to keep doing the same thing with these characters. So I don't know. It's just like there's just little stuff like that kind of rubbed me the wrong way. And I didn't like where it ended. I liked the idea of Chucky, Charles Lee Ray, being able to figure out, studying more voodoo and being able to figure out something new, like putting his soul in multiple dolls now. I thought that was a fun twist and a good idea, like a really good idea.
It was the original plot for part 3, maybe? Multiple dolls? Yeah.
Oh, interesting. I like that idea a lot. Yeah. I think that would have been really good for part 3, actually. But yeah, like I don't, so like I like that, but like I don't it's one thing that I'm kind of thinking ahead now watching the TV series, which I'm sure we'll get to. Like I'm trying to figure out where things ended here, like how we got there, you know what I mean? Because I do feel like they're going to they've already mentioned things that kind of show like it's all the same continuity. So I don't know. It's interesting. But yeah, I don't know. It's a good try again. Like I don't hate it. I think I had like a pretty like strong negative response to it the first time. I just thought it was like really like unpleasant, I think. Maybe that's the word I'm looking for. Like not to like the level of like a Rob Zombie's Halloween or something like that, but just like it was just not really fun for me, I guess, overall. And there was a lot of like dark stuff in there. I guess that's what you get when you have like characters that like, killed their baby, and I don't even remember what some of them were in there for, but it's just, yeah, again, a lot of it felt pretty mean-spirited too. Some of those kills and stuff, the way they were done, and you had like the whole he does the just before dawn, like fist down the throat death like thing. I don't know, again, it just wasn't for me. I don't know, for whatever reason, the first time I saw it I felt that way, and watching it again I felt that way, but I definitely didn't have as strong of a negative response this time. So I don't know, it's again cult and curse kind of pair together well. They're interesting in their own way, and now the franchise is somewhere else. So it's like, if you don't like them, you just move on. It's fine. There's always something else in this franchise. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. What did you think about this one?
Yeah, I mean, I have similar feelings to have for Curse of the Chucky. I think it tries for a different approach. It goes for a different mood. Where Curse of Chucky was dark and spooky and shadowy. Here we're very like sterile and white, and it's like a different look aesthetically. But I kind of like what they were doing. It was very wintry setting, which I do appreciate. Like a good winter horror movie.
Like an isolated asylum in the snow. I'm a fan of that.
And the tone is darker. It's like you said, maybe a little bit more mean spirited than the previous efforts, but it's going for a dark tone, which reminds me more of say like going back to the first movie, have such a dark film. But the first one was definitely a little more accessible and light on its feet. But I kind of like that they were going for that with the seventh movie. I love again that Fiona Dorff is the lead character, and she's who we're following. I like that it's an institution movie. I'm big into those movies. I like the parallels to her dad being in, of course, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and here she's in her own Cuckoo's Nest movie, which I really appreciated.
Yeah, I totally forgot he was in that. You're right. Yeah, he's so young.
I don't know. I just really dig that these movies have different go to have these different tones and feelings and little stories of it, and you're doing it in a fun way. I thought I would have even appreciated them going into another sequel not long after this one and just going into a different setting. I'm like, I would have been totally fine with more direct to video Chucky's, because I think they were putting a lot of love and care into it. I know you had problems with some of it, but I don't know. I bonded with these last two movies much more on these recent viewings. Maybe it takes multiple viewings to get there. Maybe. I really do feel like maybe it does. It just really works for me. I know the cameos and the tying them into other things, like other movies. It may feel a little forced, but I don't know. I had fun with it. I like that Andy was back. I think Andy had a terrible plan. Andy is a hot mess in this movie, as we learned from the very beginning, when he's on a date and then this girl learns that he's kind of a gun nut. And and then we get deeper into Andy's life, and we find out that Andy is not only a gun nut, he has a whole he has all the weapons, and not only does he have all the weapons, he has a Chucky doll that he tortures. At the end of Curse of Chucky, the cameo was that Andy shows up and he blows Chucky's head off, right?
Yeah, because Chucky, Tiffany mails Chucky to him or whatever to kill him, because she teases him. Fiona Dorff's character teases him about how he never killed Andy. Right. We forgot to touch on that.
Yeah, so it sets up these things and kind of pays them off in interesting ways. Here he's like torturing. he has his head and he's torturing. So he's going to some dark places. Everybody in this movie is in a really dark place, and this is like I guess this is the tone for this movie. It's like everyone's in a dark place mentally, and so things are more gruesome, things are more heightened with that. The deaths are a little more meaner because of that. Everyone has PTSD, everyone's suffering a trauma of some kind, and they're not, it's not the tone is a little darker and not as light as in previous movies. But I kind of love that they were bold enough to do that with number 7. They're like, okay, we're not gonna like do some cheesy movie where it's like okay, we're gonna do like Friday 13 Part 7. It's gonna be like Chucky versus someone with telekinesis. We're gonna go like we're just gonna
Sure.
go full on mean and dark and see where that takes us. And it's bold again. It's a series full of bold choices, and they run with them. And they're not going to be for everybody. I totally get why it alienates you and alienates other people, but I don't know. I really dug the setting, and I actually do like where it pays off.
I'm
I
sure
love
you're not
that
alone.
it's like Bound Part 2 at the end, with
That's
Jennifer
interesting.
Tilly and Fiona Doroff going off into the sunset together, much like they do at the end of Bound, with Gina Gershon.
Right.
But it's Fiona Doroff, of course, this time possessed, and walking. And I don't know. I just thought it was pretty spectacular, and I kind of want to see those characters return in the series. And we'll get to the series next, of course. I just kind of like, I don't know. I even want another movie just with those two, maybe. Having like a female serial killers on the run kind of movie, maybe. You can do a lot with the concepts that they set up in these movies, and that's kind of what I really dig about the Child's Play series. It's a setup. A lot of these are different concepts all mixed together in the series, yeah. They didn't quite make more of them. They're now in series territory, although between now and the series is a reboot.
Yeah, we did get a
We
remake.
can talk about the remake now if you'd like. Before we do that, what's your favorite kill from Cult of Chucky?
My favorite kill in this one. Why am I having such a hard time with the favorite kill with these ones? I don't know. I remember them. They're pretty fresh. But I'm not sure if I have a favorite. I didn't like a lot of them. I didn't like the fist down the throat in this time. I didn't like the girl that was sedated and tied to the table and having the glass fall on her. Maybe a character that like got their comeuppance, like the doctor, the psychiatrist.
Yeah.
But then he got the doctor from Halloween 2018's death, basically.
Well, yeah,
right.
This one got the red shoes to the face.
Yeah, he got his head stomped in
Spectacularly, but yeah, I don't know. I really like that. He's such a sleazy character, and then they really prolong it. Like you think he's gonna get killed off a lot earlier, but they keep him around to really like mess with you.
I do like that Chucky was like, wow, it's like I don't know whether to kill this guy or take notes. Like he was like so like
that was a funny line.
Shocked. Yeah, like shocked at like how terrible a person he was. Like, but I don't know. I can't. I think some of the deaths just like weren't really fun. Like that nurse that was kind of a nicer guy. That they just all like he like just stands there basically, and they rush him and knock him down and stab him to like 50 times or whatever.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. And it's like, dude, I'm not like, I'm not squeamish or anything to any of that kind of stuff. Like if anything, we're all pretty numb to it for all the kinds of movies we watch, but just didn't get anything out of a lot of these deaths. I don't think from what I'm thinking of. But yeah, the doctor's kill was pretty good. The difference being, I guess, he got his head stomped in by someone who was wheelchair bound. So
yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, that was cool. That she got voodoo possessed, I guess, to walk and do that.
There was also a good drill to the eye death in this one.
The drill to the eye. Who got the drill to the eye? I'm trying to remember.
I can't remember the character, but I remember a nice drill to the eye. No.
Yeah, sounds right. Oh, was it? No, I don't remember now. Okay. Yeah, no, it's again, I didn't hate it. I don't know if I hate any of these, but this one just rubs me the wrong way. And I think a lot of it is just so like tonally confused. Like there's scenes where it's just like unnecessary. Like they get in the car and you have Tiffany cry for a split second and say, "I miss having Alice around," or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then Chucky's like, "Nah, fuck her," or whatever. And then she just starts laughing, and they like, it's just like, I just don't get it. Like, I don't know. I don't get what they were going for.
It's pretty dark, I gotta say.
Yeah,
Pretty
but it's
dark.
like, I just don't get it. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know why she's crying then. Like, what? I don't know. They're confused people. That's okay. They're not well. None of them
Well,
are
yeah,
well.
look where they are.
Yeah. So no, that's okay. Again, like, I don't think I had as harsh a reaction to it this time. I think I just, I'm really hard on modern movies in general, and I know that about myself, and especially when it's something that I love, and I love those first 3 movies so much. So it's okay that the franchise went different places from there, and it is what it is, and it's got something for everyone, and it doesn't have to
exactly.
all be,
Yeah,
yeah.
It does. It's something for everyone. All right. So, did you watch the reboot or remake?
I did.
Whatever.
Yeah, I actually just watched it for the first time, and I'd been meaning to watch it because I remember you had like some pretty positive things to say about it.
Oh, I watched when I first time I watched the remake. I hated it.
Oh, okay. Maybe was it the second time? Because I remember you were pretty positive about it. I want to say, or that's how I'm remembering. At least I remember you saying something about, and maybe I'm getting podcasts mixed up. Maybe it was the Hysteria guys. I don't know. But I seem to remember you saying like that group of kids, and
yeah, you definitely got me. You got that one mixed up.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I could have sworn. Yeah, no, you would know better than me. But I had this memory of you being high on it, and that made me want to watch it. And maybe it was someone else again. I don't listen to a lot of movie podcasts, but must have been one of you guys. And maybe it's one of your guests. I don't know, but I remember thinking that, I need to get around to this. So this was a good excuse. I finally watched it. And I do think first, I should say that if you're going to replace Brad Dourif, it's smart to get someone who's like as beloved as Mark Hamill, especially with like genre fans, as a voice actor too, not just for his Star Wars work, because he's very well known as like doing the Joker for like a million years now, starting from the Batman animated series from '92, or I think is when that started. So I think that was smart. But that's, as far as Chucky goes, I feel like that's like the only thing I kind of liked about this Chucky. I don't and still this Chucky's Brad Dourif, like we said before, like you can put someone else in there that's very talented and well liked, but it's just not the same. I didn't really care for his design. I knew they were trying to go for something different. I really thought it was funny that they basically took the plot from the Simpsons Halloween episode, with the Krusty the Clown doll. Do you know which one I'm talking about? I don't know. This is old, like from, I know Simpsons has been on for a million years, but this is like when it was still good and popular. There was a Halloween episode where this Krusty the Clown doll keeps trying to kill Homer. Oh, yeah. And finally they like get this like tech support guy to come out, and he's like, "Oh, someone switched this doll to evil," and like he just switches it back, and I feel like it's funny that's literally like that was basically based off of Child's Play, in the early 90s or whenever that was made. That episode, and now here we are in 2019, and Child's Play is doing that plot. So I don't know, I really got a kick out of that. I thought that was silly. But yeah, I don't know. It's I there was little stuff I liked about it. I thought some of the characters were fun. Those kids, I thought some of them were pretty fun, actually. It kind of made me want to watch Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 again, because I haven't seen that for maybe 20 years. I did like that it's because it's an Orion movie, that Orion being a brand that they're using again. I like that there was like a little RoboCop Easter egg in there, where like the cop car toy. I'm trying to remember. it says something for like it basically is RoboCop, the voice of it, or what it says, but I don't remember what it was now off the top of my head. It's probably just, I don't know, I don't remember now. But yeah, like there was little stuff I liked about it, I guess. But I think by today's standards, for like a modern remake, it wasn't terrible. But I still just, like it's like a one-time watch probably for me. Since I'm remembering, your opinion so wrong, what did you think of?
Yeah, when I saw this, I saw it at the theater. I think I didn't pay to go see it. I remember just like maybe sneaking in. I snuck in
awesome.
like after seeing something. That's what I recall. It came out 2019, right? So not that long ago.
No.
But 2020 felt like 10 years. So
yeah, exactly.
So I don't remember like what I saw in the theater that day. I hated it. I thought it was a piece of shit. I don't know. I just felt like they got it all wrong.
No,
I was offended by the beginning of the movie, blaming Chucky's origin on a sweatshop worker in Vietnam who is kind of mistreated. So he's going to get his revenge by programming the doll to take off all the safety hazards, right?
And then killing himself.
And then he kills himself. Oh, okay, that's real sweet of you guys to do that. This is how Chucky starts. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, because of that, like this is like Chucky evolves as a doll. I think there's like some. I think I rewatched the movie again for the second time now. This is my second watch of the movie, and it kind of like I was a bit lighter on it because I was so ready to hate the first time. And so I was like I'm not gonna like this movie, and I did not like that movie. But the second time, like, okay, it's not horror, it's not total horrible, it's not a totally horrible movie. Like I get what they were trying to do, but I feel like they weren't strong enough in their convictions to put blaming technology and our love and obsession with technology as the plot of the movie. I feel like it's very it's not used enough as a plot point in the movie. It's like just say, okay, that's basically how he starts as a character and then he evolves, whatever. But the movie does not use that plot to say anything of interest or anything interesting. So it's kind of wasted, to have the central concept kind of wasted of like blaming technology, blaming our obsession with technology. Of course, the kid is like, he's very reliant on his phone. The movie makes some nods to that, but it doesn't really take it far enough. It does mention, it does like show our insensitivity as a culture a bit in the movie. It does kind of go there. I think the kids are pretty reprehensible in the movie. I think they're watching horror movies and then they're watching real life horror, and then they're treating the real life horror like almost like as if it was the horror movie, and it's like, okay,
well, like that's the whole thing. Yeah, exactly.
They get over it really quickly. Yeah. They get over it really quickly. Where in real life you would have, you would be pretty fucking traumatized by this.
No, they make it into like it's like the Stranger Things group of friends or whatever, like Monster Squad or something like that. All of a sudden,
yeah, it's weird. Yeah,
and like that. Then like some of them were like. They probably should have died, honestly. Some of them.
Yes, yeah, it becomes kids versus Chucky at the end of the movie, which is, I don't know. That's not to me what Child's Play should be about. So taking Andy and making him an older kid, like 14 or whatever he's supposed to be, I don't know. It doesn't really work. It takes that whole idea of innocence being lost. And it doesn't work in that concept. I think it changes again for us coming up soon, where they take that concept in a smarter direction. But here it just does not work. I like some of the characters. I don't like. I don't like others. It just it doesn't. Yeah, I could really take it or leave it. Movie. It's like it's fine. It's
Oh no,
some of the horror is good, but as a child's play movie, it doesn't need to exist. Not really.
no, trust me. Like when I say like it's good for like a one-time watch, like that's I mean it. Like I'm like there's not a lot to this, and
Right.
like I wasn't like I guess I wasn't like offended by it because I hate so many of these so much.
Mhm.
Like modern movies, I guess in general, and remakes and stuff like that. But like I thought it was like I thought it was a dumb idea, and I thought that they missed the point with like everything that made the original so great. But I think I just thought it was gonna be so bad that I ended up being a little bit softer on it than I expected to be. I don't know. It again, it's just it's a ridiculous movie, and I don't know why they made. I feel like from when I first started seeing the like promotional images, I was like kind of joking that they made Chucky look like Emma Stone, and like I
Oh,
still
right.
feel like they did that. Like I just kind of see
It's
that.
weird what they did. Yeah, how they kind of made him a little more like I don't know even what it is. What about it? Like it just doesn't work. Like it's
It
not.
just looks weird for something that's supposed to be like this modern. Like I don't understand. Like I don't know. I don't understand this world that this is set in. Like I really don't.
Right.
Where like this is a thing, and I know he's supposed to be like your Siri or whatever, like people have in their houses. That I don't have, that I'm behind on the times on. Like I know
Yeah,
he's
get on
supposed
it.
to be Alexa, that's what the word I was looking.
Right.
And like I know, like I get it, like he's supposed to be like everything and control whatever drones and all this other stuff, and at the end it just goes completely, bonkers with that for no reason. I feel like, but and it's like again, like it's supposed to be like where like humanity is to blame. Like he's seeing like how these kids get joy out of watching like all this carnage and stuff, so he thinks that's what he's supposed to do to make Andy happy or whatever.
Mhm.
And like I don't know, like there's just so many like ideas in there that just don't like aren't
They're not
executed
fully. Yeah, they're not fully
yeah.
committed to. So it's
No,
it's just
it's
comes off
trying
as
to do
like
a lot.
yeah.
Yeah. And I really don't get it. Like I don't get um like the smart card killing the old lady thing, and like
Yeah.
I don't know. There's just so like it's just honestly like it's not a good movie. Like don't get me wrong. But yeah, maybe it was just kind of different enough to where like it kind of justifies its existence a little bit.
Well, that's probably what they were hoping as making the movie.
Exactly.
Let's make the same movie, but also different enough so we can call it our own movie.
Yeah,
That's
and
how movies are
that's
made
a
these days.
dilemma.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a dilemma for sure. I mean, that's a
Yeah.
problem with all these remakes and stuff. It's like, do you want to be true to the original? And then if you are, then you're not going to be as good, right? I mean,
Right.
so
So why
it's
bother?
like, yeah, it's like, what's the point then if you're
Right.
just going to make a lesser version of a great movie? So.
Right.
I don't know. Unfortunately, I think so many things come down to the era for me, and the 2020s and the 20 teens and whatever you want to call them. Like it's just like it's not as conducive to these great stories in a lot of ways. To me, I mean, the culture's changed, the world's changed, and it's hard to recapture that magic, unfortunately. So.
Yeah, there's
They're
very
gonna keep
few original
trying.
voices right now. So
Yeah, they'll keep trying. I mean, they're still doing. We're still getting content, and we're getting more remakes and all this other stuff. But yeah, it's just unfortunately it's very very hard for something like modern horror for something to really be special to me these days. So, for the most part, I'll just take something that I'm not offended by, for lack of a better term. I know offended is like, that means something else these days. But,
right. Well, fortunately, to end on a positive note, I am happy to report that I watched the first 3 episodes of Don Mancini's Chucky TV series. And this is his attempt to bring Chucky to television via the USA and Sci-Fi networks. They're both airing these episodes. They're on. As of this recording, I've watched the first 3 episodes, and dropping Chucky into suburbia in the series, upper class suburbia, as it's as I've witnessed, a 14-year-old boy who's a queer kid gets Chucky at a garage sale, and of course this will of course change the course of his life forever, as Chucky presents himself as not just a doll. And then this poor kid is the victim of bullying in this posh school, and in funny enough, Hackensack, New Jersey, where this is set. Hackensack's nothing like this town, but I buy into its reality anyway. It's autumnal set show so far, and even though it's
we even got some Halloween action.
Got Halloween. You got posh Hackensack, New Jersey in this version, and this kid who's kind of going through some changes, obviously, in his life. And of course, Chucky sets off more changes to come as he is a victim of bullying and at this posh school, and he basically he's trying to take this kid and make him into a monster like he is, which is an interesting way to go with the series. I feel like it's very personal, this show. It feels like it's definitely coming from a point of view of a writer and a creator. And since it's Don Mancini, who has been connected to all of these movies so far, he gets to tell his personal story via this TV show in the best way. I think this show so far has showed us that what you can do within the format of a TV series or a limited series, whatever it ends up being, as Chucky is thrown into the situation. And it's not all played for comedy. It's not played all for horror. There's drama. There's all kinds of tones there, but it melds very well so far. For what I've seen, I feel like the idea, the central concept of Chucky and trying to turn this boy into a monster by having him get back at his the people who have been tormenting him is a good concept and a solid concept, and it's milking it for everything it's worth in a good way. And I feel like I like the characters. I like all the characters. I like where it's been going. The 3rd episode gets a little crazy by the end, so I'm kind of curious to see where episode 4 is going to pick up after that. I'm really intrigued. I like what I see so far. I don't want to say too much more because it's still new, and not a lot of people have seen it. It did really well for USA and Sci-Fi. It's their highest premiere in a long time. So obviously Chucky is still very much part of our culture and very welcomed in our culture. And I'm really happy to hear that. And have you watched any of the episodes yet?
Yeah. So, it's so funny you say Chucky's a part of our culture, because I actually just saw my daughter's pictures from today a couple of hours ago. From her school, her 1st grade class, and there was a kid dressed up like Chucky. So there you go.
And my and also my kids' school, which is K-5. They had like a trunk or treat, and one girl was dressed up as a female Chucky.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. So I mean, he's endured. You know, he's
Mhm.
survived through a lot at this point as a pop culture character, I guess, icon. And you know, this series. So you know, I should say I had my reservations. You know, when I heard that there was going to be a TV series,
Mhm.
especially for basic cable, and especially after, you know, not really loving anything past you know 91. So it's been a while, right? So having said all of that, I've been pleasantly surprised. I don't know if I like it quite as much as everyone else seems to. I like it though, for sure. I think that it's important. We mentioned, of course, you know, Don Mancini is openly gay, and it's really cool that he's doing this with this major franchise, that we've come that far, you know, as a culture. And there doesn't seem to be any, you know, negative pushback, at least not that I've seen, to focusing on a gay protagonist, which is great, you know, that we've come there and he's able to share this. And I know that at the end of the first episode, even he was sitting there with some of the child actors. And I don't know if maybe this was just I think I watched it on demand, even though I have the channel, because I didn't watch it at the premiere. I caught it later. And I know he was sitting there and he mentioned something about one of the incidents that happened in there where he got the character got slammed up against the wall by his dad, I want to say, or punched. And you know, that was like something that happened to him, you know, that was something that he went through in his life. So maybe not exact, but you know, like he went through stuff like that. So I think it's really cool that he's able to make this and that it's a hit, and that people are into it. Like that's
Mhm.
like who could imagine, right? But
Yeah.
we've come a long way, and I see a lot of you know, our friends who are gay who are really excited about that. I think that's awesome. Like, you know, representation is really important. So putting all of the political, I guess, part of that aside, which is, you know, I guess that's something some people will focus on, you know, whether the show is actually a good, you know, horror series or not. It's really good.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
I feel like it's really good by today's standards, and I still have my reservations. And I want to see where it goes, because I feel like maybe a lot of the people who are so high on it, maybe they're watching stuff like American Horror Story or whatever, where I haven't been able to make it through like an episode. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So like I think if you're comparing it to stuff like that, sure, like this is amazing, you know. But I'm still kind of like I'm still like it can go either way, you know, and I'm kind of nervous because I think it's paced really well so far.
Mhm.
Like I like the way the plot's unfolding. I like that we're getting like one kill an episode, kind of. If I mean, I could be wrong, but I think that's kind
Yeah,
of
that's
what
so
we've
far that's
got,
what's happened, yeah.
right? Yeah, I think that's what we've got, and they've all been pretty good, like classic Chucky kind of kills, like
Mhm.
things he would have done in the movies, you know, of course. We don't really know yet, like we don't know what he's doing there. We know he's from there. And again, this
Well,
is
he's buried there, yeah.
yeah, and like we don't, so this is again, like this is the thing that bothers me, like seeing Chucky as a kid now, like I'm getting some like Rob Zombie Halloween vibes. It's done way better,
Oh,
don't get me wrong. Like
I love the flashbacks in this one, I gotta say.
I'm sure, like I feel like everyone does, but again, like I just don't like it. Like I don't want to see it. Like
Mhm.
I don't want to know that he killed his mom when he was 10 or whatever. You know, sorry, spoiler alert, but you know, whatever. Like I don't know, like stuff like that just is. And I feel like it's a natural place to go for people writing these sequels and these series and stuff. Like what else are you supposed to do with these characters, you know,
Mhm.
after so many years? Like I feel like it's logical to be like, well, let's explore this part of their history, or let's mine
Mhm.
this element that hasn't been explained yet. Like why, like we don't really know a lot about Charles Lee Ray. Like, why don't we dig into that? But it's just like that stuff's never appealed to me. I don't know. That's a different genre almost. You know, that's like getting into true crime or something like that, or serial killer movies, and it's just slasher movies don't really need that. I don't feel, for the most part. So I don't know. It's just something that's never. I can't think of an example that I've really been into when they do that. So never really appealed to me. And I feel like we're getting a lot of that, and we're barely getting the tip of the iceberg. And I feel like we're going to get a lot more of that. And that's probably going to be like my biggest turnoff, if anything. But again, that's just very unique to what I like and don't like. The actual like teen stuff and the characters, I think are fun. I'm kind of curious to see like who survives, who's going to make it out of this, because and there's some that like they're definitely not going to make it, like the adult characters as well. I mean, but there's some where I'm kind of like I'm kind of rooting for the uncle now. Like, I feel like he's kind of at first he kind of came off as like a, you know, elite kind of, I don't know, unlikable guy, kind of talking down to his working class brother, which I embarrassingly didn't notice that they were the same actor. Of course, Devin Sawa. I didn't notice that until like a few minutes. I was like, oh, wait a second. That like goatee was like enough to fool me, embarrassingly. I guess I wasn't paying close enough attention. But yeah, like he's kind of like talking down in a way, and being like, you know, just this rich guy or whatever. But he, I feel like they're kind of like, I don't know, him especially. I feel like he was kind of portrayed in a positive light here, where I'm pulling for him a little bit with this last episode where they had this meeting and stuff. And I don't know. I'm kind of curious. I have a feeling like pretty much no one's gonna make it, because that's how these go. But I want to see where it goes, and I'm invested, and that's saying a lot, because it takes a lot to get me to commit to even watching a new movie these days, let alone a new series where I know I'm gonna have to invest a lot of time, like every, you know, like an hour a week or whatever it is, and or is it a half an hour show or an hour show?
It's an hour show. Yeah, it's like an hour drama. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, you know, it's an hour a week or whatever, and like, who knows? What if this goes on for like 3 seasons or something? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, it's like I'm like always like hesitant to commit to anything like that.
Right. Because I also know that Don Mancini has movie sequels in mind. So I don't know how this show and success is going to alter that, but I'm curious.
Oh, sure. Yeah, because the studio, exactly, like they might decide, yeah, because NBC, Universal, USA, they're all the same, under the same umbrella now, and they might just decide this is the most successful way to capitalize on this franchise now, because it's a hit. So yeah, I don't know. I like it a lot. I feel like it could still go either way. And I feel like we're gonna get. I'm nervous. We're gonna get like a lot of flashbacks. So just keep me in mind when you see those popping up in these coming weeks.
Oh yeah, I'll feel your pain for you.
Yeah, yeah. Say a little prayer for me, but no, it's all right. You know, I'm digging. I'm the way the last movie ended, the Cult of Chucky. I'm really curious to see if any of that is going to tie into this, because
I hear it will, so we'll see where
it's
going to go.
Yeah, that's interesting, because I mean, this could just be one Chucky then.
We know Tiffany will be back, so we'll see.
Yes, yeah, she's been very involved. Jennifer Tilly's been very involved in like promoting this show, which is cool. And Don Mancini actually pointed out, and I don't know if I don't think it's like a secret or whatever, but he pointed out in that little segment he had after the first episode that I saw, that she's there in the garage sale, passing by and wearing a red jacket, and he like points that out for everyone. So I don't know, I don't think it shows her face or anything, but I thought it was interesting that he said that, because that's like it's kind of like getting like a DVD commentary or something, right? It's like, or Blu-ray commentary, I guess, these days. But yeah, so I don't know. I'm into it for sure, though. I think like it's fun that we're kind of ending this this episode about this franchise, kind of not knowing what's gonna happen here. We
What
don't
will
know.
happen
Like
next?
and we're in the middle of something good and interesting.
Yeah, I like that it's going there too. So
yeah,
this was fun. This was a fun adventure. Very epic Chucky podcast.
Oh god, I'm scared to see how long this comes up, and I apologize in advance for my ramblings.
All right, so rankings. I kind of know where yours are going to go, but I want to hear them anyway.
Right. So I mean, obviously, you know, I'm a like 1, 2, 3 are my favorite, and maybe in that order. But God, I love 2 so much. I mean, it's really tough. It might be like a tie with 1 and 2, even. I don't know. And then after that, right now, I might even put the series at 4th. But it's between that and Bride, because I get something out of watching Bride. Like I'm in the mood to watch that every once in a while. The rest of them, I don't know if I'm ever really gonna go back to them on my own. Maybe if I kind of forget about them, which happens sometimes. Like I always tell you like about when I rewatch like a Halloween sequel or something, even if it's one that I don't really care for, like I just do it because I convince myself that like I'm gonna love it this time or something. So I don't know. I feel like I'll probably go back to like Curse of Chucky at some point, or maybe even Seed or something. I don't know, but I want to say it gets a little jumbled, but I want to say Cult of Chucky is still probably my least favorite, but it's close with Seed, and I don't hate either of those. They're just not really for me. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's where I'm at right now. And of course, I mean, obviously the remake would be worse than all of those. It's a lesser movie than all of those, of course. I didn't really even think of that as part of this saga.
Yeah, I don't actually count. I usually don't count remakes in the ranking order because it's not. Yeah, it's definitely trying to be its own thing. I mean, its own. It's not canon for me.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
So here's
what's your rankings?
My rankings: 1 by a country mile, 2, 4, 7, 6, 5, and 3.
Interesting.
3 is dead last, only because
I think you said that before. That's fair. Yeah,
I think 3 doesn't do it for me. 5, I appreciate. I have fun with it, but I appreciate, but I don't go back to it that often. 6, I think it's a strong film. Curse of Chucky. 7, Cult of Chucky. I personally think has the edge over Curse only because it's a darker tone. It's than all the other films. It stands out to me. I like that they went for it. 4, Bride of Chucky is hilarious and a perfect horror comedy for me. 2, I think it's a really solid sequel, and I think I think 2 and 4 are kind of interchangeable. Like they can swap places sometimes. But I think 2 on this viewing was a really good sequel and holds up well. And of course, 1, just love it. So this was fun.
Yeah.
This is a fun fun outing.
It was. I'm glad you thought to do it, and I like that this franchise has officially delved into Halloween now. This franchise has like a Halloween episode now with Chucky, so we get to see Chucky trick or treat. So it was kind of felt right to do it now and do it this month, and I had a lot of fun with it for sure. It was good for the soul.
It was. It's for me a good way to go into Halloween, and again celebrating autumn with Chucky. So I want to roast some marshmallows with Chucky one day. Keep warm by the campfire.
Looking at the series as its own thing, I know it's only a few episodes in, but I do feel like this has the potential, like I was saying, to rank pretty high. Are you feeling that already as well? Like if you kind of
the TV show?
Yeah.
I think it's so far it's great. I mean, I'm only being cautious because I don't want to jinx it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I just mean like it has the potential to be, up there as far as like we rank it within the movies, like we just did.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I see it for sure. Hopefully, it doesn't take any turns for the worse. Let's not jinx it. Yeah.
It's very possible.
Yeah, but yeah, no, that's fun talking about all of this, man. Thanks so much, as always, for giving me the chance to join you.
And thank you guys for listening and staying up late or whatever it is, listening to the show. I appreciate it. We'll be back again for future episodes. So look out for those. And everyone have a very happy Halloween. Hopefully it's filled with scotch and cigarettes and sex robots like in Halloween 3.
Sounds about right.
Bye, guys. Take it easy.
All right, bye.
Have a good night. Ciao for now.
Well, things started getting stranger, and the TV warned of danger. And Chucky said that he was really bugged. 'Cause it isn't very funny being treated like a dummy. So I went and gave that little guy a hug. But he pushed me away and said, I'm sick of this child's play. No more Mr. Good Guy from now on. Then I got really scared 'cause he jumped straight up in the air and laughed and started cursing up a storm.
C-H-U-C-K, why don't you come out and play?
Fee-fee-fi-fi-fo-fo-fum, my name's Chucky and here I come.
Chucky, Chucky, go away and don't come back another day.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, my name's Chucky and here I go. Boy, was it a mess! Chucky said he'd been possessed, but my mommy said that he was off his rocker. So I asked my pal the shrink just to see what he would think. And the doctor said the whole case was a shock. Well, Chucky finally met his match and it all ended in a flash. Now he won't be back to terrorizing people. This is the end, my friend. On that you can depend. But you never know, there still might be a sequel.
C-H-U-C-K, why don't you come out and play?
Listen up, fool, I'll tell you why. 'Cause Chucky's bad, and that ain't no lie.
Chucky, Chucky, go away. You're too rough when you play.
Over in the corner now, peekaboo. Howdy, howdy, I see you.
C-H-U-C-K, why don't you come out and play?
Fee-fee-fi-fi-fo-fo-fum, my name's Chucky, baby, here I come.
Ollie, Ollie, oxen free, Drupal love or take green green.
Here I come now, ready or not. I'm gonna get you no matter what.
Mommy says you practice voodoo.
Voodoo.
You practice voodoo.
3 more day, oh Doombala. Give me power.
Chucky, Chucky, it's the end. Gee, I thought you were my friend.
Heidi, Heidi, ha ha ha. My name's Chucky and I'm a star.
Chucky, Chucky, don't you lie. Cross your heart and hope to die.
I see you laughing, you think it's funny. Well, I'll show you who's the real dummy.
C-H-U-C-K, why don't you come out and play?
Listen up, fool, I'll tell you why. 'Cause Chucky's bad, and that ain't no lie.
C-H-U-C-K, why don't you come out and play?
Over in the corner now, peekaboo. Heidi, Heidi, ha ha, I see you. Dirt, Tommy.